say the lines now at this point. I just like to say the lines. I know this is not. It's not really. It's not going well for me in how I'm delivering this. But I thought that first one came off. It came off the bat hot. Is what I'm going to say.
It was a dribbler.
Everything else has been a dribbler down the line. But that first one came off the bat hot.
And this was like J.P. Crawford trying to bunt.
Like a young man going in for a quickie. I feel so unsatisfied.
It's the Afternoon Drive with Nick Wilson and Jonathan Peterlin on Cleveland Sports Radio, 92.3 The Fan.
The show is back. Nick Wilson, Jonathan Peterlin. We are Afternoon Drive. We are one day closer to Browns and Dolphins. Which team will be the epitome of suck? You'll find out on Sunday. We got a big show for you. You heard the open there. You heard the bad Malkoviches. The courtesy of Mac Robinson on the board. Yes. We've got Jake Murren holding down the fort, laughing at the YouTube chat in kind of hurtful ways. Also doing some producing for us, Matt Corelli, the big cheese, with us as well, doing 2020s. Hi, JP. How you doing?
Hello. Yeah, first thing Jake told me is that he went home and he was telling his wife all about you being the purple Eminem.
Yep.
He said he couldn't get through the story.
Yep.
He's loving it. I like when Jake gets excited for things, though. Can I just be honest about it? We don't see him get excited for things enough. The fact that this is it is kind of just,
do you think
funny.
that you really are enjoying him getting excited about this because it was a shot at me?
Not that. That might be a part of it.
If it was a shot at No So Johnny,
that might be part of it.
Maybe we never talk about it again.
I'm sure we'd talk about it all the time. That's kind of the point. We'd bring it up just like we brought up the Malkoviches in the open.
Malkovich.
Which I still think that first one came off the bat hot.
I don't think it did. I think it was a dribbler.
Second one, we obviously just gave up halfway through.
You know what it is? I made the point yesterday. It's J.P. Crawford trying to bunt, but this is J.P. Crawford trying to bunt and somehow getting a strike called on him. That's like 3 feet out of the zone. That's basically what that was.
What was yours?
Mine?
Yeah. What do you grade yours?
Any one of Michael Martinez's bats.
Okay, at least there's awareness there.
Yeah.
At least there's awareness.
Yeah, J.P. Crawford's in the big leagues. Michael Martinez is at home unless it's Game 7 of the World Series. Why wouldn't he be the last guy in the lineup, right? The last out, right? Why wouldn't we do that? I'm not still mad about it 10 years later. No, not at all.
At least we're not Lindor taking a nap.
Hey. Somebody's got to take a nap.
I still can't believe that. That's one of the wildest things that we just never bring up ever, is the idea that rain delay as Jason Hayward is delivering what was called later like the motivational speech of a lifetime when Lindor needed a siesta.
Oh, yeah.
How do you sleep in that moment? I didn't go home. I wasn't able to sleep for like a day after that game.
Yeah, that's the guy you want in the trenches, though.
It just wild to me. How are you
Bombs going off everywhere around you, and that guy's like whistling Dixie. That's the guy you want.
Like if you wore one of those Whoop monitors that like monitor your heart rate and everything, it wouldn't even be able to register. He was just like out in Game 7 of the World Series and what has been described one of the most important games in baseball history.
So when that one registers, does it go, whoop, there it is? It was a very popular song.
I'm gonna let you sit in that one. Yeah, I'm gonna let you sit in that one.
Oh, I'm enjoying it. I can't. I'm enjoying my own brew more than you ever know.
Okay, as long as you're happy.
Now
I know my own brew.
Here's the thing. My day was a bit of a wreck till I got here. And then I got free Red Robin. The good team here at Red Robin brought the entire cluster delicious burgers today. Of course, they have all the fixins that they brought in, and that was great. And then there were also listeners of the show, so they're also very nice. So I got a free burger.
Yeah,
I got bacon cheeseburger free.
That was nice,
and I got a lot of compliments. You know how I love compliments and bacon cheeseburgers.
I enjoyed that as well. Did you also do the same thing I did? I've just not gotten great at this. One of the women that was there with Red Robin asked for a photo, and then instead of just being like, "Oh yeah, we'll find somebody to take the photo," I was instantly like, "Jake, you're going to take the photo now."
Oh, you just bossed Jake into it?
Yeah, I did. I bossed Jake into it. In many ways, it was getting back for the purple Eminem comment. But that
didn't hit you. Yeah.
That's neither here nor... Well, we're a team. Yeah. And so that's how I look at things.
It makes the dream work.
That's how I look at things. And Jake, by the way, no reach on that phone at all. He was not really ready to get after that one, was he?
Between me and Mac quarreling, and now you and Jake quarreling.
We got the photo. No. Jake and I don't quarrel.
It's all there.
We got the photo taken care of. And so that's all that matters. They're fantastic people over there. It's very nice. Great food. as I told myself I was going to have a nice day eating, and I already broke into the Halloween candy earlier this morning, and now I'm eating Red Robin and a lot of burgers.
Think about this. Weekly burger bet brought to you by Red Robin. Every week, I just offer up a burger bet. It can be on the show.
Yeah.
Heck, we could get listeners in on it.
It's a great idea.
Think about it.
That's a great idea.
And then I eat the burger.
If only
because I'm going to win.
Why aren't you on our sales team?
I mean, they actually kind of told me the idea, and then I'm just kind of aping it like it's my own idea. I don't care. I came up with the idea.
Who came up with the idea?
It was Jim. It's Jim.
It's a great idea.
Yeah, it's a great idea. I don't know if it's Jim or James because I've called him like both things now.
The magician?
The magician.
That's
the
what I call
magic
him.
man. As
He's
called.
so good. Here's the thing about being a magician and then telling people that you do magic tricks. You have to be really awesome. Mm-hmm. You can't just be okay. And so an
okay magician is better than a normal person, right?
No, it's the type of hobby. No, the hard part about it's the type of hobby you have to be awesome at. You can't just be like
how would you know if somebody's just an all right magician?
You judge by the tricks. If the tricks are just kind of like, oh, okay, that's wow, great.
There's other
the
professions
ball.
You can judge by the tricks.
You made the ball disappear from under the cup. Like that's a very rudimentary trick, not very impressive.
Yeah,
the tricks James have shown me, high level, high class, and I'm very impressed. But it is the type of hobby. That's what stinks about that hobby is that it's like hard. You can't. Well, if you're trying to learn how to be a magician, you basically can't tell anybody until you're a finished product. Because nobody wants you to just be
like
average.
You can't be like, it's like, I'm going to play you the worst rendition of Hotel California you'll ever hear, but you can kind of hear it.
Nobody's happy with that.
Yeah. So it's every hobby, right?
No, there are definitely hobbies. I have golf friends of mine that stink at golf, but they love playing golf.
There's golf professionals that stink at golf. I think that's a golf problem, not a hobby problem.
Well, there are certain hobbies I feel like you can just you can work your way towards being good and nobody really cares. But being a magician, if you're just a so-so magician, I feel like that's a hard hill to climb. Whereas if you're someone like James, you're actually talented, it becomes fun really quick.
All right, magicians out there. I would love to line up 6 of you in a lineup, and each of you do a trick, and then have JP tell you whether you're a good, middling, excellent magician.
Well, I have made my livelihood off the idea that I can tell people whether or not they're good or bad at something that I myself can't do.
Well, yeah,
so I think I actually am the perfect person for this type of judgment.
But you get to do this into a microphone.
What we do.
If Joe Batonio was sitting across there, or if Timu Tua was sitting across here, we'd be like, Tua, you look great, man. I thought you're 6'2". When I saw you, it'd be a little different once the magicians are in the room with you.
Not a chance. You know me well enough to know that I don't work that way.
With magicians, I can make you disappear. Have you seen Now You See Me?
Now they just make me disappear. Yeah, it doesn't work that way. I would be 100% the perfect person to judge a magic competition.
Now, as always, guys, you can watch us on YouTube. You guys can get at us on social media. Of course, at Nick Wilson says, at J. Peterlin, social media reactions on X, powered by Scheiben Jewelers. I made an X there for everybody.
Big brain on James there.
Well, I'm just trying to let everyone, it's pretty good.
That was a good idea.
First in the chat today, by the way, is our buddy Jabril Hogan's.
I thought it was going to be Jabril Peppers.
It'd be really funny if it was Jabroni Hogan, and then he was just like Hulk Hogan rock / cosplayer. I don't know what that would look like, but I'd watch it.
Or his chat lines up 22 yards away from everyone else.
Now, that being said, Myles Garrett I'm not acknowledging it. I'm not even going to do it. I don't even have to.
You don't have to.
Yeah. And it was in Ashtabula, I believe, where Jabril Peppers lined up. But Myles Garrett's at the center of another controversy. He's being yelled at by some Browns fans for not having a sack, and I think it was 2 tackles on Sunday's game against Pittsburgh. They've now swung back the other way, saying, nope, TJ Watt's once again the better player. And then you had PFF grade Myles Garrett an outstanding grade for his performance against Sunday, which has football guys versus analytics dudes fighting. Trevor Sikkema fighting for his life on social media as Pat McAfee and the like go after him for PFF grades, all because Myles Garrett, did he have a good game or not on Sunday?
Well, so this is the crux of this conversation is a Myles Garrett versus TJ Watt discussion. That's really at the heart of that is what that is. Many people subscribe to the idea that when Myles won his DPOY, part of why he won it in a year where TJ Watt had, 6 or 7 more sacks than he did on the season is because PFF quantified how many double teams he had, the pass rush win rate, all these advanced numbers that the eye test just doesn't tell you off first glance. And so there's a lot of reasoning why, if you're someone like JJ Watt, let's say, even though, yes, PFF liked him a ton. It's a lot of reason to believe if you're trying to stick up for TJ, this is the time that you would do it.
I just think what's funny about it is I don't think you should just look at a box score. I don't think you can look at a box score and tell me how a guy played. We've had a time
it just doesn't tell the whole story.
I mean, in fairness, we've had a game where Miles has 3+ sacks and on like 6 plays, and then is non-existent the rest of the game.
Well, so it doesn't tell the whole story. Part of what I like about PFF, though, is that it's very hard with 22 players on every single snap for everyone to have watched everything. And I think a lot of times people, they'll look and say, oh, this guy was on my TV screen a lot, or he was near the ball a lot, and they take that as being something worthwhile. Now, where I think PFF misses, and this is where our Mason Graham conversation kind of intersects. Malik Collins has all sorts of area and action around the football, and Mason Graham gets everyone away from the football, but Mason Graham's his grade is then less. Well, it's like, well, all right, it's less because they're not going towards Mason Graham. How are you punishing Mason Graham when they're not going towards Mason Graham? And that's some of the things that PFF misses.
Here's the thing. It seems like people want to have one of two fixed positions. Miles had a bad game on Sunday, or the Steelers just game planned around him. Both things can be true. Miles was very silent on Sunday, and that was by design. The two things the Steelers needed to go their way in the game, they were able to navigate. They were able, I don't even remember the exact number, but how quickly Aaron Rodgers got the ball out, completely mitigated your pass rush and accentuated all your other flaws on defense. And then they needed you to stop trying to run the ball at them and have Dylan throw for 40+ times, which, strike that, he threw for 50+ times. Mm-hmm. It's the thing that I don't like about this is it becomes this gigantic war between traditional stats and analytics, and it's like it doesn't have to be. I don't think Miles had a good game on Sunday, and I think there were very valid reasons for that to happen. It is easier to take one guy out of the game in Myles Garrett than it is with a Pittsburgh defense that it's not just TJ Watt. They've got 6 or 7 really, maybe not Myles Garrett level players, but 6 or 7 Pro Bowl level players on defense. That's harder to stop.
Yeah, the top 6 players on their team are all the defensive side of the ball. Like, Tomlin's put an emphasis on that side of the ball, but you're right in the idea that basically Tomlin got Stefanski to play into his hands.
Yes.
That's all the game was. If you want to tell me, forget box score, forget anything else, it was just, did Tomlin get Stefanski to play into his hands, and that's what Sunday ended up being.
Find you, Cooper, saying Watt is a Hayward merchant. I don't disagree with that either. But again, if Miles had the equivalent, and I think he will, I think Isaiah McGuire's a really nice young piece. I think Mason Graham eventually will be this as well. If Miles had that other level of player, like I think Hayward might be a better player than TJ Watt. There have been times where I thought Highsmith was actually a better player than TJ Watt. That allows guys to get a lot more of incendiary stats.
Well, Herbig was the one that was the problem on Sunday.
But it doesn't...
He's the one that had 2 sacks and 6 total between sacks, hits, and hurries.
And he also might be their most underrated player, which is wild that we're saying this. But at the same point, I can't tell you you're wrong if you look at the $40 million man in Myles Garrett and you're pretty irritated that he was a non-factor in a game where you got blown out. I don't know whether you blame the coaching staff more of that or Miles, but I think it's fair to be frustrated that the one thing you can count on, you couldn't count on Sunday. 216-474-0092. We got quick hits coming up at 2:40. We've got Miles Simmons, Cleveland's own, also Pro Football Talk NFL writer at 3:40. Pete Futek coming up at 4:20. Oh, yeah, we got our guy, Cash Lovett, at 6:30. He's going to give us his picks for the week. And, of course, just before that, we'll do the quarterback Deadpool. Is it time for several of us to make a decision on our roster, and at least one of us is going to try and take a victory lap? It's Mac. Mac is going to try and take a victory lap.
College football genius, Mac Robinson.
Yeah, didn't know who the third quarterback was for Mac. But 216-474-0092.
Oh.
How do we evaluate Miles at this point, and do you let him off the hook for a statistically quiet game that PFF loved and disappointment in Mason Graham in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan? Get a
of select Superstart batteries. We'll test your old battery for free and recommend the right battery for your vehicle. For power, performance, and reliability, choose Superstart batteries only at O'Reilly Auto Parts.
O'Reilly Auto Parts. Sign up to be a part of the fan club. Download the free Odyssey app and follow 92.3 The Fan to get all of the best audio and best stories sent straight to your inbox. 92.3thefan.com.
You can listen to The Fan anytime, anywhere on the free Odyssey app or by telling your smart speaker to play 92.3 The Fan. And now you can find The Fan on YouTube, including The Ken Carman Show with Anthony Lima from 6 to 10 a.m. and Afternoon Drive with Nick Wilson and myself, Jonathan Peterlin, from 2 to 7 p.m. live each and every weekday on The Fan's YouTube channel. Subscribe to our channel for free to watch all the best content from your favorite shows in The Fan live and on demand now.
In the TJ Miles conversation, people want to take that and turn it into something different. I've had my issues with PFF for a very long time. I was their number one rated player. I had over 100 score while I was playing. They had to change the system. They literally came to me and told me we had to change our system because of how you did it. So this isn't a guy who had bad grades who's disgruntled. I literally was their number one guy, and I still hate it. PFF has a lot of very beneficial tools. The number one issue with PFF, by far, bar none, hands down, is their player grading system and the fact that they project it everywhere, including nationally televised games on Sunday night where everybody's watching. And they make it underneath the rankings where it states as fact 91st out of 97th defensive tackles. That is a completely made-up number.
JJ Watt on the McAfee Show. This is one of the things that kicked up the dust between football guys and wannabe football guys and PFF. I'd like to point out, by the way, I don't buy that J.J. Watt hated this when he was playing. I guarantee you he didn't walk around and be like, can you believe these schmoes? They gave me 100 grade. They're going to have to change their grading scale because of me. What a joke of an organization. I bet you he only really started not liking it when baby Watt started not liking his PFF
I mean,
grade.
that's got to be the crux of this. That's why you have to see through everything that JJ's doing right now. This is all in, and I actually respect it. It's all in defense of his brother.
No.
Actually, I love the idea that his brother has not accomplished anywhere close to the 3 Defensive Player of the Year awards that JJ has, and JJ is still like trying to prop him up in every sort of. There's a part of me that just having brothers, loving my brothers, I like this brother move by JJ Watt.
If it bugged any of my brothers to this, and by the way, all of my brothers are much more successful on the football field than I was, but if it bugged any of them, I think at some point I'd be able to provide them perspective instead of finding ways to make sure they cried and coped a little harder with not being as good as Myles Garrett. I thought Trevor Sikkema actually put it perfectly. Like, it's a number. You do not have to take it as gospel. And just because it's out there, like if they put 3 sacks and 8 TFLs in the season, you're not putting that number in context either. Like, the same flaw with the box score in traditional stats is the same flaw with analytics, but everybody just takes the PFF grade to be the letter of the law, which no one's saying it is. It's just one way to look at players.
It's just another way.
Yes, the beauty of analytics is that, yes, we get to choose which pieces of which stats most closely align with how we think of football. But that doesn't mean you have to embrace all of them or that one is superior to the other.
Yes, but I think the leagues wrapping their arms around PFF's numbers have validated it in an interesting way. Yes, he brings up Chris Collinsworth and Sunday Night Football. Yeah, Collinsworth has an investment in PFF, and so he's going to put the numbers out there, and JJ's right to point that out. But up until it was as recently as last year, wasn't it 31 out of 32 teams had subscribed to advanced PFF data and been paying PFF for some of its data that is not even given out to the general public that wants to pay for it? Like, they clearly do value some of what PFF is putting out there.
I mean, they didn't officially start recording sack numbers until 1982.
That's correct, yeah.
So even that, there was a time where people were like, sacks are a made-up thing.
There was a time people that just looked and said, what does your eyeball tell you? In many ways, what does your eyeball tell you? Is this person good? Is this person bad? And then just kind of went with it. I don't hate people that just want to they want to know more and they want more information. It's just whether or not the information itself is actually valuable is, I think, the interesting part of it.
Now, here comes the Miles part of this. When Miles, two things happened that changed the way that I think some people, not all people, but some people perceive and maybe grade, evaluate, whatever you want to call it with Miles. The first one was his trade request, which, while I think I, as a Miles fan, said, I want him to win. And if that means he's not going to do it here in Cleveland, I respect his willingness to go on the record and say that he wants out to win. I don't think everybody took it that way. There were people that were upset about that. And then the second thing was him 6 weeks later accepting a boatload of money to go ahead and stay in Cleveland on losing teams. And I don't want to say he lied, but certainly bent a narrative to, I know what these guys are going to be doing at quarterback, and that's why I'm here.
He lied.
And yeah, I was trying to be nicer about it.
He lied.
But I think anymore, like it used to be, okay, Miles, what are your stats? And if you've got stats, we got no gripe with you. Now, because Miles is the only thing that is clearly and evidently great on this organization, he is in some ways, not always, but in some ways, the new Joe Thomas. It's not just enough. Like, you got to be great, and because the offense is unwatchable, the defense has to be watchable, and you got to win. And by winning, in this case, your defense has to be elite. Like, it's no longer enough. I think that's what this week proves. Like, stats are like keep most people calm when it comes to Miles. Mm-hmm. But I do think we've got this added weight of, if anything's going to be watchable, it's going to be Miles. If anyone's going to give you a chance to win, it's Miles. And if you feel like he falls short or the defense falls short, he's the guy that's going to take the brunt of it. That's what happens when you pull the shenanigans Miles pulled in the offseason.
And in the past few weeks, Miles has not played his best football, and the defense itself didn't look like the defense it did early on in the season, and people are talking about it. And that's I'm impressed people are going to care enough to be like, Miles only got 15 sacks instead of 17 sacks or 18 sacks, or Miles was disruptive in this game instead of this game. I assumed everyone was wrapped up in the quarterback convo and everyone was wrapped up in trying to get the offense going. I thought Miles was going to get almost a little bit of just a pass of just people.
What kind of pass?
Not a Peterlin pass.
Okay.
I don't think in this instance, but I wondered if he was going to get the old Peterlin pass from people.
The Peterlin pass.
He just wanted to hear the sounder, folks.
I had to wrap it around for you guys. I had to bring it around.
Mac was looking
give Mac
like,
enough time to
am
get
I going to do
pass.
it? Should I do it? Should I push the button?
You always do it. Come on. But I thought the offense was going to be enough of a distraction almost to people that they wouldn't even zero in on this. It's why the past couple of days has been very interesting to see people zero in on it. Now, they're zeroing in on Miles because it's Steelers fans upset over TJ Watt. Would we have this same attention if he goes absent in a Dolphins game where the only people paying attention nationally are Spiro Dides and Aditi Kingabwala?
But not Adam Archuleta, who will be in the booth, but also probably paying attention to anything else.
I omitted him for a reason, guys.
Well, he's a New Mexico guy. It's going to be a lot of cold weather. It's going to be he's like the broadcasting version of Tua. You get it below 50 degrees, and he can't analyze.
We found out yesterday what that crew's group chat is named. I don't know, like a texting group chat.
Yeah.
They call themselves the AFC South. AFC South crew.
Are you serious?
Swear to God.
They self-administer that?
Like Spiro yesterday in an interview that I heard said that like the top of their headline, like in the group chat, it's called AFC South Crew because they're always assigned AFC South games because they're not.
Do they know the inference to that?
I think they're trying to play along with it in like a fun way. I think they know listen. You know how talented you have to be at this point in the season to even get NFL games. Like you're a talented group, but to call yourself the AFC South Crew. It's like
great.
That's like
great
swerving
job.
it into a
yeah. They're talented.
Well,
yeah,
you have
sure.
to be. You have to be.
You have to be.
If you're gonna,
that would erase your phrase.
Yeah.
You guys know how I feel about Adam Archuleta. You guys know how I feel about him. Okay, it's not
Spiro's great,
he's not my cup of tea.
Yeah. Some are calling him the young Cosell.
And we love Aditi.
Yeah.
Aditi's great. Aditi does not belong on an AFC South crew.
No, she does not belong.
Like she belongs on an AFC North. Like she belongs on the Nance Romo crew. That is essentially just we cover Patrick Mahomes all the time. Mm-hmm. Can you imagine being a Chiefs fan and it's like we basically have a home broadcast crew? It's basically Nance and Romo. For like 7 years, they've gotten every single Chiefs game. They're on the Chiefs again this week. Every game it's just Nance and Romo on the call.
In fairness, could we not get better announcer, a better analyst? Jim Nance is dope. Can we not get one better than Tony Romo?
I love Jim Nance. Here we go, Jim. Here we go.
Yeah. Yeah. Oh, here's what's about to happen, and then it doesn't happen. I digress.
Don't wait till I do my Aikman.
They should also be called the AFC South.
That's not good, Joe. That's not good.
Now,
that's what he always does.
I think
That's not good, Joe. That's not good.
I think we've settled on you're gifted in other ways. All right, impressions are just not your.
It's
thing.
not about the impression. It's about saying what he would say in the moment, and that's his default.
But you just
default.
said it's my Aikman.
His default.
So if you say it's my Aikman, that means it's an impression.
You're supposed to love the idea that I'm hip to every third line he says, being like, "That's not good, Joe. That's not good."
When I think of you, I do think of hip. There's no doubt about that. Now,
glad somebody does.
I thought the vitriol was interesting. Because I think you're onto something about. I feel like we were so confident about Myles Garrett over TJ Watt, and we had closed that door, and Sunday reopened that door for people. It just hasn't for me. I think TJ Watt is a product of his environment, and I think the Browns' defensive environment in success is owed to one guy. I don't want to say one guy because Denzel's a really good player, but you know what I mean. Like, Myles is the environment. TJ's a product of his environment. I don't think one game, whether it's old stats, new stats, yet to be determined stats, I don't think that changes it for me. But it does certainly feel like Browns fans went, well, I guess we don't even have the best defensive player in the division anymore.
It's just an overreaction to one game is all that is.
But that's the game you overreact to.
Well,
I really
they
do
wind up
understand
next to each other. Now, listen, I don't agree with you in the idea that he's a product of his environment. I think TJ Watt could be good on an island. He'd still have to line up over the right tackle because he just wants to pick his spot. I think he's a very good player. He's just not Myles Garrett.
Well, okay. I think he'd be a very good player. Do I think he would have?
He'd probably be closer to what Max Crosby is than to what he is right now. Like, he'd probably fall into that Max Crosby territory, which again, or the Hendrickson territory, which is still, you're a very good player at that point.
But when we talked about Myles through the entire process of his holdout, the end of the holdout, this offseason, the weird dinosaur cupcake party, it was all weird. There was a lot of weird there. There was a lot of...
The dinosaur part in particular.
Well, and I'll just say, it was a lot of unrelatable. And this is a town where, because we're not accustomed to winning in football, relatability is such a big thing, right? Why was Baker so popular from the jump before he even played good football? It's because he identified with us and we with him. There's a little schism with Myles that I think was exposed that is still there for, I don't want to say everyone, because I think some people are just Myles and that's who they are and that's fine. I'm mostly over the offseason shenanigans as well, but man, do I feel like this week was the reminder of there's still people who it's like, well, you're great, but you're not Joe. You're not Nick Chubb. You're not this. You're not that. I think that's what the PFF thing broke open in Cleveland is too. And I'll be honest with you, didn't have it on my bingo card a week ago that this would be part of the conversation.
Well, they also rated three other Steelers players on the defensive side higher than Myles Garrett. They rated Herbig, TJ Watt, James Pierre, all higher than Highsmith too. They rated three guys on that line higher than what Myles Garrett ended up rating out. That's the weirdest part of all this. Now, I do want to ask you really quickly though. Like if you look at their overall grades, I think I'm more into PFF than you are. I think that's been established. Their PFF grades on our D line does make it seem like when you do the Sunday night, if we played a Sunday night game, you would watch this pop up the way that they were talking about. JJ was talking about how Collinsworth does, and it is interesting because they rate them relative to their position. Myles Garrett is third out of 110 edge defenders.
Okay.
That makes sense to the both of us, I think, right? Mason Graham is 75th out of 122 defensive interior players.
I think that makes sense.
Malik Collins is second.
Yeah,
I love this for Malik Collins.
He gets pressure.
I love this for Malik Collins.
I think that's so much of what defensive linemen get credit for in the PFF model. I think Malik, I don't know second, but yeah, I mean, I would
second.
I'd imagine he was top 10, top 15
Alex
this year.
Wright is 13th out of 110. We go back to the edge defender side of things. So you have three guys on this line that are top 13 of their respective position, and then obviously two in the top three in their respective position. And Mason Graham, your fifth overall pick, is the only holdout in that.
I think that's probably more in line with how people feel in general, the eye test, as it were, than maybe we realize. 216-474-0092. How do we evaluate Myles Garrett at this point? And we got a potential war of words brewing in the NFL. That's in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. Hey, it's Nick Wilson here for my friends at FanDuel. Every NFL Thursday is your chance to hit the jackpot on FanDuel.
If you're in need of managerial effectiveness and success, visit our website at amanet.org. If you're in need of a website that provides an unparalleled consumer experience, I highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Transform your business today. Dial 877-WebNow1 for a free digital consultation with AmericanEagle.com.
Whenever you need to talk about the Browns, we got you covered. We are Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan.
Back on Afternoon Drive, Nick Wilson, Jonathan Peterlin with you. It's going to be a doozy of a day, I can already tell. Coming up at 3:40, we'll talk about the Myles Garrett conversation we've been having, whether it's fair to feel a little let down by Myles after a disappointing game statistically on Sunday. It doesn't really matter if it's fair anymore. Took $40 million a year on a bad team. This is the kind of thing that happens there. But Miles Simmons coming up, not Josh Simmons, who one of our friends at the station said he thought I said it for a second. Miles Simmons in about 1 hour's time. Let's get to quick hits.
From the latest news and rumors around the sports world to the sound bites you need to hear. Hurry! It's Quick Hits.
All right, so this is not what we're going to start with, but we were made aware of this as Charles Robinson of Yahoo Sports appeared on 102.5 The Game in Nashville, Tennessee. They're very hot on the Kevin Stefanski train there. They'd like Kevin to be their new head coach, which is interesting because he's still the Browns head coach to this point. And so Charles was asked point blank, could Kevin Stefanski leave Cleveland, maybe head on yonder to Tennessee?
Like, if you ask me out of that group, who could end up in Tennessee, I mean, maybe Stefanski could. But I also think Stefanski knows if I get another shot after Cleveland, it's better be a good one because I can't suffer this twice. I can't go into two bad organizations twice in terms of, like, the ownership and, like, what the sum of the parts end up being. So I'm sure he would be pretty reticent.
I mean, there just aren't enough jobs, Nick, but he should be very peculiar about where he goes, or particular about where he goes, because the Titans are a bad organization.
Yeah, they're actually worse than the Browns
like that
are.
Ownership doesn't know. I mean, she just goes ahead and just fires anybody at any given reason, and then it makes no sense, and they keep alternating every year about who they fire.
What is it, 7? No, is it 9 head coach, interim GMs, and football presidents since December of 2022?
And they also fired Mike Vrabel, which should tell you anything you need to know about this situation. Yeah. Like, when Mike Vrabel can't succeed there, it's going to be the deck is stacked against a lot of people.
Let's say, I don't think it's going to happen, but let's say at the end of the season you're on the fence about bringing Kevin Stefanski back, and the Titans call you. Is there a price that maybe that pushes you in the way of a Kevin Stefanski to Tennessee trade? I'm getting very greedy here, by the way. I understand what I'm doing.
It's not going to work that way because they're just going to... A 5th-round pick, do you think he gets rid of him for Andrew Barry? Does Andrew? You're firing him anyway. If at the end of the season you're firing him with certainty.
I said he was on the fence.
No, if you're talking about trading him for anything, you're firing him. And so you want to just recoup basically anything? Is that the idea?
I'll take a 2nd-round pick.
Yeah, you're not getting a 2nd. All right, at least you know you're being greedy about it.
I'm totally being greedy.
we should know.
I would be shocked if Kevin went from Cleveland to Nashville.
You just can't. Like, go be an offensive coordinator. The Titans aren't it. The Titans aren't it. Cam Ward, it doesn't appear to be it. They're set up horribly with their ownership. Like, you're gonna fail if you go to the Titans. I can all but promise you're going to fail.
Wouldn't hate that though, because then we wouldn't have to worry about Kevin being good somewhere else.
Omaha! I'm really not concerned about that. I know some fans are. I'm just not.
By the way, that happens sometimes in sports. What's more important is that you get your head coach right, not that suddenly Kevin Stefanski goes somewhere else and looks like Pat Shurmur did after he got another head coaching job.
If he ends up being Belichick or something like that, I will be very, very surprised if that ends up being the case, but it wasn't going to happen here then.
So if he ends up lucking into the greatest quarterback of all time?
I would say you gave him 6 years to try to figure it out. He wasn't even close here so far. All right, Joe Bitonio talked about the field at Acrisure Stadium. We had Ben Roethlisberger talking about it yesterday. All sorts of Steelers players complaining about this field that they had to play on Sunday. Here was Joe Bitonio.
That was the worst field I've played on. And it wasn't even bad weather or anything, which is the other part. You get some games, even in Cleveland, where it's been bad weather, bad rain. It was bad. I mean, anytime you stepped, so much turf was coming out. It was pretty much dirt, but piled up. I mean, kind of embarrassing that the National Football League, the best in the world, is playing on that.
I think it's incredibly embarrassing. I have no idea why owners are. I understand why owners do certain things, and some owners are just really cheap. What this has turned to in with the Steelers, though, it's embarrassing for the NFL. It's embarrassing for the league that you can have a field look like that, and it's all done under the guise of we don't want to spend enough money to make it look immaculate every week. That's embarrassing. Absolutely embarrassing.
I mean, and this will never stick to the Rooneys. That's actually the funny part about this is they're Teflon, and they should be because of everything they've achieved. It's an awful look for the Rooneys. It's an awful look for Pittsburgh.
Yeah.
But by the way, there's no real other side to it. That's what makes this conversation so frustrating. Is there's no way to be like, well, but Pittsburgh ... No, it's stupid. Fix it.
Well, I don't know why this isn't something the NFLPA hasn't tried to collectively bargain. And they've done this. Certain stadium and certain places have done this with FIFA, for instance, where it's like there's a mandatory requirement of what the field has to look like. And I just don't know why the NFLPA hasn't lobbied for that, because you're going to have guys get injured, or even a guy like Boswell, who clearly missed that kick at the end of the game because of the field conditions. I'd be so mad if I were him. That wasn't his fault that he missed that kick.
Deshaun saying on the YouTube chat, Kevin is a moron, and it's funny as hell you hillbillies think it's a market for certified morons.
I'm not the hillbilly. Nick's
I'm
the hillbilly.
And I prefer redneck, all right? Or Appalachian American.
What Appalachian American? What would you like to... I've never called you a hillbilly, and I've never called you a redneck because I never knew which one was...
I mean, Hungarian hillbilly is really kind of the sweet spot there.
If I called you Hungarian hillbilly, somebody, people listening would be like, whoa. But you're cool with it.
Yes, because I am, in fact, a Hungarian hillbilly.
So what about redneck? What makes redneck not great?
I have no idea. All right, I could be a redneck, I could be a hillbilly. There are differences between this, and I've learned this a lot because there are people in my family who care about it. I do not.
Okay.
I think the idea I'm probably closer to a hillbilly than a redneck. No, I'm definitively, but I'm not upset by the vernacular you use to which you might insult me.
And I grew up the furthest thing from a hillbilly or a redneck you could possibly have in America.
What can we call you?
You can't even call me like a city kid or anything. I don't know what the city boy, you city slicker, you. I don't even know what you would say, but furthest thing from redneck or hillbilly imaginable. Although I did do a lot of chew in high school playing baseball, so maybe we're closer than we think.
We've got a potential war of words brewing in the NFL. Bears QB Caleb Williams linked up was supposed to link up with Troy Aikman ahead of the Bears-Commanders Monday Night Football matchup. It did not happen. ESPN and Aikman are said to be irked by the alleged no-show. Here is Williams yesterday with his side of the story.
I didn't get to meet with him. Tried to meet with him. Reached out and tried to meet, and that didn't happen. And so moved on from it. Went and played the game and came out 3-2. I was here late and timings didn't meet up, lifting or whatever the case may have been, and then tried to call him after the game or not after the game, after the day that I was supposed to meet with him and didn't get through.
All right. Is it a bad look for Caleb Williams?
The bad look is him going on social media and then taking the shot towards Troy Aikman. That's the bad look. And signing a TA and everything. That's where Caleb Williams has to be better in these moments.
Now, in fairness, wasn't he taking a shot because of Troy Aikman saying it was luck-based, the success the Bears are having?
But you're the quarterback. You have to be better in this instance. Here's what he should have done. If I was his PR advisor, this is what I would have done. I would have sat up there and I would have said...
You would have resigned immediately because you're Caleb Williams' PR advisor.
No, but this is the easy one. It's just you sit up there and you say, Troy Aikman has won more Super Bowls than I could ever dream of. He is one of the most talented quarterbacks the league has ever seen. Any criticism he had of me in the game on Sunday, and by the way, he had a bunch of criticism, and it did feel very personal from Troy Aikman's side. It really did. Any criticism he had, I'm open to it. I haven't earned anything in this league, and I have to take that and move forward. End scene, done, you're over. That's it. It's so easy. You don't then go on social media and lob shots at Troy Aikman after the fact. You're not going to win that battle. Troy's got everyone's attention. Monday Night Football, every time you play for 3 hours, every single time you're in Monday Night Football for the rest of your career.
All right, but if we frame it that Troy was taking shots at Caleb because he felt like Caleb no-showed on purpose or not, whatever he thought. If Troy's taking shots at Caleb because he no-showed to a meeting or that's his perception, that's wildly unprofessional. I agree with that. With Caleb Williams,
Caleb's got to be better in that.
No,
moment.
He doesn't.
Yes,
I don't think he does.
The social
Troy
media
has to
post,
be better.
The
Troy's
social media post afterwards doesn't have to happen.
Troy's practically a grandpa now.
Okay, but you're the quarterback of the Bears. You don't have to make a social media post going after Troy Aikman after the fact.
After it was at
least
playful.
Even acknowledging
it was a playful troll.
I thought Ben Johnson had the right sentiment on this. Ben Johnson's sentiment was,
did he stare him down, or does he only do that with shorter diminutive
He said
women.
if you want respect in this league, you have to earn it. And at this point, we haven't earned it. And I agree with that. At this point, Caleb, sorry, you haven't earned the respect that you think you are deserved or given. And it could have been so much easier and just swept under the rug and taken care of. And instead, you blew it up in a way you didn't have to.
And, yeah, Troy lit the fuse. I can't blame the kid for doing what a 23-year-old kid is going to do. And I say kid, a 23-year-old young man is going to do. I don't like it. I hate the phony baloney crap that we make quarterbacks do. This fake nice guy crap that is absolutely so far from the truth more often than not. I think Caleb's a bit of a goof. I do. I don't think there's any protecting that anymore. In this case, no, Troy wants to make Monday Night Football about the alleged luck of the Bears and having what seemed to be very personal analysis. And Caleb, it sure seemed, it read to me on social media like Caleb was joking. Like he was having fun with it. That's a lot better and a lot more professional than what Troy Aikman did on Monday Night Football. I hate to say it because I think Troy's the absolute best.
I just don't think you win doing memes and such on the internet in this moment. Like it just doesn't. To me, that's just not something that I just don't think he should have done it. I don't think a meme on the internet accomplishes anything to him there.
The meme on the internet?
Yeah, the meme that he posted.
Which one of us? I think it was more when he said a meme on the internet. There was something about that definitely sounded like you were the 40-year-old on the show and not me.
We're within like 3 years of each other.
You're on the YouTube.
I put the
you're
with
the
things.
TikTok and the chat and whatnot.
Yeah, I put the in front of a lot of different things, though. It's funnier to me that way. Because
is it just internet-based things?
I think it's a lot of things. Like I'll do a lot of different things. I'll put the in front of it. Like I'll be like, going down to the Walmart, just because I think it sounds funnier. To me, it does. Plus, it just is what it is. Yeah. But the memes, Caleb, stop them.
The kids with the memes,
stop them,
and the whatnot, and the sixes and the sevens and whatnot.
Hey, you bring the 6 7s in the conversation. I still don't know anything about that. I don't even know anything about that life.
Come on, you know what we're talking about, kids. Yeah, right there. 216-474-0092.
And the audience goes mild.
It
only works for YouTube.
You got me, you bastard.
It only works for YouTube.
You should definitely look at us on 92.3 The Fan's YouTube, by the way. However, Charles Robinson had more to say on Kevin Stefanski's future in Cleveland. We're getting to that in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
button. You can catch tonight's Coach's Show immediately following Afternoon Drive right here on the radio home of the Browns, 92.3 The Fan. Headline sports news every 20 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Meredith Kane.
Get a preview of Sunday's game every Friday morning. Browns analyst Nathan Segura on The Ken Carmen Show with Anthony Lima. Fridays at 9 a.m. on Cleveland's Sports Radio, 92.3 The Fan. It's the 3 o'clock hour.
I'm not wavering. I might be wavering.
On Afternoon Drive.
As always, you can listen to this show and all of our local shows on The Fan on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or wherever you get your podcasts, or take The Fan with you wherever you go. Listen to us on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn apps.
Miles Simmons coming up in about 40 minutes. Nick Wilson, Jonathan Peterlin back on Afternoon Drive. We're having fun here.
Hey, we're having fun.
On a beautiful Thursday in
You want to
Cleveland.
tell your jokes so bad.
Nope.
It's so funny. I'm not telling you to do it. I'm
Not
just
gonna do
saying, I can tell when she repeated it to Meredith after she was done with her update.
Well, no, because she was in the room and didn't hear it, and she would enjoy that joke as well.
We've talked before about people that go to parties and they get like one joke off and it hits, and then that's their joke for the night, and then they go from like spot to spot to spot just retelling that one joke. This is your joke for today.
Is it a good joke?
It's a good joke.
All right,
it made me laugh.
I think it made Mac laugh, even though he was the butt of the joke.
Didn't make everyone else laugh, but it made...
Mac, can you confirm or deny that you laughed?
Made me laugh.
Yeah, it made me chuckle a little bit.
All right. By the way, next time you can just turn on the mic. You don't have to delay. It's kind of timing. It's okay.
No, it's okay. It's okay. I just
worry.
wanted to let that sit in there.
Don't make me say it, Mac. I just made the joke. I will say and I will repeat the joke in a different...
I just don't know how Wemby went from like 7'3" to 7'7". I don't know where the 4 inches came from.
Not doing it. Not doing it.
I said I don't know where the 4 inches came from.
You gotta look at Mac's mom. Sorry. He set me up twice. It's not on me. I took the high road once. I will not take it twice. I don't know why I'm yelling at you. I just made a really inappropriate joke about your mom. Now, that being said, we're having fun.
Hey, we're having fun.
We did just play one of the Charles Robinson clips on 102.5 The Game in Nashville. And obviously, they're asking about Kevin Stefanski because they think the world of Kevin Stefanski because they haven't watched him make Dylan Gabriel throw 52 times in a game yet. But here's another interesting bit of sound that we got. And it was Charles Robinson. Again, the whole United Front thing, thought partners with the Cleveland Browns. We've been wondering, all right, how aligned are they really? Charles had a really interesting, but I think predictable answer on the state of things between Stefanski and Andrew Barry.
2 or 3 weeks ago, they said, "Hey, is Kevin on the hot seat?" I said, no way. I said, he and Andrew Barry, I said, they're good. They're on lock. Then they traded Flacco, and Stefanski comes out, and I'll never forget listening to that press conference. And I was texting the guys, I'm like, you listening to this right now? Like, he put it on Andrew. Like, he was like, look, I trust Andrew. It's like, he kept saying it like over and over again. And I'm like, yeah, I know Kevin did not want to create an environment where he had this veteran quarterback and who he wanted to continue starting. But at the very least, if he wasn't going to start him and he had a rookie starting, he wanted to make sure he had the veteran in the number 2 position, the support role. And then now that guy's playing for the Bengals. And, you could tell, I'm like, this feels like there's a tiny bit of separation now between the head coach and the general manager. And since that press conference, I'm kind of like, yeah, this feels different. This feels like there's a little bit of a gap there.
So Charles is really smart to frame this on that first press conference where we all heard the obvious.
It was weird. It was incredibly weird, and we'll talk about it probably years from now, being like, that was that Tuesday press conference and how just abnormal it was.
Now, here's what's really interesting. Charles has been one of the guys that is incredibly plugged in Berea. Mm-hmm. So while he does not specify beyond this, I'm going to go ahead and say, since he heard that press conference, he's checked in with his people in Cleveland. So I don't think it's a coincidence we're hearing this now, because one of the, at points, criticisms I've made about Kevin Stefanski is that he is incredibly, he gets his messaging out there. He gets what he wants out there, including what is said about him. He helps shape the narrative of woe is Kevin and Jimmy Haslam is this and this, that, and the other. But we haven't heard the narrative of there's a gap or there's a split there. Mm-hmm. I'm going to say that Charles, who is as connected as you can possibly be, I would say if he had heard something to the contrary, and he's close to the situation in Berea, he's got contacts in that building, he wouldn't be saying this.
Something happened. Clearly something happened. That's why Kevin felt and talked the way that he did, and that's why it's been awkward now for about 2.5 weeks. And that's why, honestly, when we talk about this stuff, we are talking about it as if Bert and Ernie isn't a thing, and as if there is some sort of separation between the two, and as if Andrew Barry might make it out and Kevin Stefanski won't, which is not how we ever discussed this partnership.
Yeah, and here's the other thing. This organization, as constructed with Barry and Stefanski, they're not just concerned about how they're viewed in Cleveland. They are concerned about how they're viewed outside of Cleveland. So I would be pretty surprised if at any point it got as bad as it was with Hugh Jackson and Sashi Brown, or Hugh Jackson and John Dorsey. I would be really surprised if it gets to the level of toxicity we've seen Pettin and Farmer, right? They're not going to come out and tell you, oh, I don't trust that guy anymore. That's not how this is going to work. You're going to hear it through the national media first. And then maybe we'll get smatterings of it here locally. But this is, one of the things we almost got into on today's show, or almost put on the rundown, was the combustible environment in Miami and how it compares to here. Because I think if you look at it, you go, wow, Tua said this, and Mike McDaniel's contradicting what a quarterback says. That culture, that situation, there's so much more tension there. I don't think we can make that statement definitively, because I think we're starting to hear from more people saying, yeah, there is a gap there. A gap when it comes to the thought partners. That's as much as you're going to hear about the situation between the two of those before this thing is clearly irrevocably done and somebody's on their way out.
Well, and we always thought that something like this could happen if they got to a point of desperation. I mean, that's when people act desperately, this is the type of stuff that you then have come out, because they were so aligned through so much of this. But again, when you thought your job was 100% safe, everything was copacetic. When you start to wonder and question if that is in fact true, then all of a sudden people start bus tossing other people. Like, things change.
Well, and I thought you were going to say bussin', like the popular,
like how kids do, or bussin' with the boys.
Yes, I thought you were going to go there. No. You didn't, and so then I had to retrieve.
What were you going to say? I can finish it with saying bussin'. Go ahead, and that's when they were bussin'. We're going to yell at me for being too hip?
No, I just really enjoy you using vernacular. It's so 6'7". Now, why do you do? People on YouTube, can you give them the 6'7" again?
I just did it
because it's more of one of these.
I just did it,
and you're doing one of these.
I just
you're making a pizza.
Well, I scrunch up into it just because it's funny, because I know it'll get you to laugh. Is all this.
It's working.
Am I juggling? What am I doing? I don't know. You tell me.
There's
hot plates coming through.
There's another thing you could be doing.
Easy now.
Yeah, I'm just saying, there's multiple things you could be doing there.
You're not going to out-freak this freak.
Many great things. No, I think we're in a really interesting spot. And we continue to come back to the importance of winning on Sunday. Winning allows some of that steam to escape in Berea, allows some of that pressure to go away. And with every loss, that pressure is building. And again, like right now, my official stance is I don't think we'll ever get to a point where it's just so obvious it's uncomfortable for everyone and something has to be done. Because I do think these guys both know they turn things around quickly by taking the high road, both of them. We're close. We're not there yet.
That's what they've always done.
We are close to this thing being as uncomfortable as it could possibly be between two incredibly mature, level-headed human beings in a highly pressurized environment.
I think Kevin Stefanski is an incredibly classy human, but I do think if Stefanski wants to take the gloves off, I think the firepower that he could just throw at this Browns organization while using people in the media instead of it being, hey, Stefanski says this, I think it would surprise a lot of the listeners just how fierce he could make this if he wanted to. I think there's a sleeping dragon there with Stefanski that can be awoke.
Well, and here's the thing. I don't even
think he knows where the bodies are buried, too. And I think that'd be a scary thing for a lot of those people in that Browns organization, I would imagine.
It's not even about just Stefanski. There's no shortage of people around the NFL, either in the NFL offices, meaning like within front offices around the NFL, or media members who have not forgotten any of the various things that they don't like about Jimmy Haslam.
Mm-hmm.
Right? What is the entire thing? It's been about those poor guys. They got to work for that guy. if one of those guys happens to say, oh, hey, report this. Hey, can I tell you about this? Remember that thing we talked about that one time? Let's go live with that.
So the difference between... So here, okay, I think it's important to note this, right? When Hugh Jackson left, remember what Hugh Jackson ended up doing? He told everybody under the sun, I'll speak to you guys in a couple years when my contract allows me to, because he got paid out beyond just his final year, and part of that stipulation was you basically got to stay quiet. Freddie Kitchens went around telling everybody that the moment that his contract was up and he could actually speak, he was going to speak to everybody, and guess what? By the time his contract got to be up, no one cared anymore about the stories. Yeah. You know, 3-4 years, whatever had passed, nobody cared about the stories. The interesting thing about where Stefanski is that Stefanski has a newer contract. Mm-hmm. And so Stefanski would also be under that same little area that these other coaches were in, where they're not going to do their own public tour. They're not going to do their own media tour. They can't speak in the public after this. If they want their money, they're going to have to sign the same thing that Hugh Jackson signed, that Freddie Kitchens signed, that says basically we just don't say a word about the Haslams. But they're so well connected, I promise you, if Stefanski wants to get this thing ugly, he can get this thing ugly.
They have to win on Sunday. And it really feels like whoever loses on Sunday could be in immediate danger. But the Browns have to win on Sunday. I know why the Dolphins have to win on Sunday, because I think they're far closer to firing McDaniel. And I think McDaniel wants it at this point.
Do you think Stefanski wants it at this point?
I don't think he'd hate it. I think he'd rather, I bet you Kevin would rather frame it that he resigns from a job than he gets fired from a job. Whereas Mike McDaniel is just looking for the
There's a lot of money left for him in getting fired.
I think he's confident that he'll get his money one way or another.
I'm glad he feels that confident because, and again, maybe he ends up with the Titans, maybe he ends up with a different team. But like, if I'm Stefanski, when they start speaking this way and you can start saying the separation is happening, it's very hard to put the toothpaste back in the tube. And it feels like the separation's already started to happen and the divide has already started to happen there.
There's one more thing that this points to. I think Kevin knows he's really close to losing that team. And I don't mean that in a mean way. You can't go 1-5, 1-6, 1-7. You can't do that and keep a locker room when you're coming off 3-14 in the wake of the Deshaun thing, and how even if he was forced to play Deshaun Watson beyond when he thought he should last year, it does not matter. Like this is the danger zone for Kevin, and you'll know Kevin has lost that locker room when we get that first full foray. When Kevin's side starts to leak out beyond what Charles Robinson said. 216-474-0092. Charles Robinson went on 102.5 The Game in Nashville and said things have changed, that there is a gap between Barry and Stefanski since the Joe Flacco trade. Speaking of high-profile trades, another one could be on the way. Well, it's 5 minutes from now on 92.3 The Fan.
Hey,
Show. And remember, you can listen to Westwood One's coverage of the NFL on the Odyssey app within 100 miles of downtown Cleveland. Headline Sports News every 20 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Meredith Kane.
You can now watch The Fan live on YouTube. Catch The Ken Carman Show with Anthony Lima from 6 till 10 a.m. and Afternoon Drive with Nick Wilson and Jonathan Peterlin from 2 to 7 p.m. each and every weekday. It's free. Subscribe to 92.3 The Fan on YouTube.
Back on Afternoon Drive, Nick Wilson, Jonathan Peterlin. We've got Miles Simmons of Pro Football Talk, NFL writer, Cleveland's own. Now lives out there. He's a coast. I don't know what the hell do we? A Gold Coaster? Is that what we call people who live on California? Is that what we do?
A Gold Coaster? I don't know.
Is that it? I don't know. Anyway, he lives in L.A. now, so he's very important. However, he'll be joining us in about 20 minutes' time. I do want to ask him about the Charles Robinson stuff, and if you guys are just joining us, the first piece of sound we had was him talking about if Kevin Stefanski could end up in Tennessee because Tennessee fans really want Kevin Stefanski. And his answer was, sure, maybe. Kevin probably wants a better job than that. Then we just played him talking about Charles Robinson on 102.5 The Game in Nashville, talking about how things have changed for Stefanski for Stefanski and Barry since the Joe Flacco trade and how there's a gap there. And now I want to play this for you because I think this is another sign of the relationship that I think Kevin has with certain media members and the idea that Kevin could leave here and that maybe there's greener pastures out there for him.
Someone said to me, they go, you know what? They're like, Kevin's going to be just like Baker. He's going to leave Cleveland. He's going to do great. And they're going to say the same thing you're saying about Baker. Sometimes you just need to get away from the dysfunction to be what you can be. I think Stefanski's a really good coach. I think Cleveland fans hate him. I think they can't stand him. I think they think he runs a vanilla offense. I think it's been a horrible situation from a quarterback standpoint since he's been there. And even when the Baker situation was good, you saw what he could do, and then Baker gets hurt, and then there's other elements of like OBJ being on there and all the drama that was sort of happening then. Stefanski's the one where I'm like, he could become available, and I think he could go elsewhere and do well.
All right, the first thing that I think Charles, with respect, has no business talking about is Browns fans' relationship to Kevin. I think the world of Charles. He is incredible at what he does. He does not live in town. He is not equipped. I don't think fans hate him. I think fans have watched him go 4-19 in the last 23 games and are justifiably frustrated and wondering how good of a coach he is.
I think fans tried really hard with Stefanski, myself included. I'm sure I'd put you in that category as well. How I feel about it is I tried really, really hard. I love the idea that he was an adult. And like if when he takes a job, let's say it is Tennessee, and then all the Tennessee stations, they call us to have him on the shows and everything like that. Like, I can tell you what I'll say right now. I mean, it's nothing's going to change. You get a pro. He's professional. There is you have a real adult standing up there answering questions, somebody that you know is taking the job seriously, somebody that you know is doing everything they're supposed to be doing as far as checking off all the boxes. He's only as good as his team is ever going to be, which is another way of me knowing whether or not he's going to be good in another spot or not. Like, he's never going to take a team and make them better. He's never going to take a worse team and just completely crater him either. He's going to be a product of what the team around him is.
I think that's a good way of saying where I think he is. I don't think Kevin's a great coach. I also think he's a bad coach. I think he's somewhere between average. I don't really want to say above average because I don't know that to be true, but he's somewhere in the average to adequate range. But this idea of, the quarterback situation, I got to say, there's plenty of people in the national media giving him the Peterlin pass for the quarterback situation.
The Peterlin pass.
As if this dude had no say. That is wildly disingenuous, and I can only think that if you're saying, look at the quarterback situation he was given the number one pick in the NFL draft, who, by the way, has since become an MVP candidate somewhere else. So you can't even cling to, he played Baker played his best football under Stefanski. That narrative is 3 years defunct now. Because he's gotten better. His first year in Tampa was better than anything he did in Cleveland. And then the second year was better than that. And this year is better than that. So I just this is why it's so hard to have a genuine conversation about Kevin Stefanski. Because there are people who are stuck on narratives that, quite frankly, aren't true about him. And we got crazy fans out there, like our buddy Randy on Facebook.
Oh, Randy's out to
who's
lunch.
Just unhinged about Kevin Stefanski. Cope harder for a .456 winning percentage head coach. He's a adequate head coach.
So I don't
but
think
he is a part of the failure in Cleveland, whether anybody wants to admit that or not. And if you can't admit that, then we're not having a genuine conversation.
Do people look at it like it's like Belichick after leaving the Browns and he's going to go to this other spot and he's going to be like an all-time great? Or do they look at it more like Andy Reid leaving the Eagles to then go to the Chiefs to then have himself bumped up? Like how I'm dying to know what people think. Like the elevation that Stefanski can take in going and getting away from the Browns, because for some reason people make it so astronomically high, and I just don't think it's ever going to get there. He's not Shanahan. He's not LaFleur. He's not O'Connell. He's not McVay. He's not one of these guys. He can be a good coach. He's never going to be a great coach.
Yes, this is like if you give Brian Callahan Joe Burrow as his quarterback and he's the OC, he's going to get that Tennessee job. Oh, look at what Brian Callahan did with Joe Burrow.
It's Joe Brady. It's a Joe Brady conversation.
Exactly. So, I'm not here to tell you, wow, if you give that guy a franchise quarterback, you just described 60% of coaches in football.
So many people, if you give them the right quarterback, can make this thing work. But for Stefanski, I think he falls in that bucket of coaches that needs the right people and the right quarterback and the right team.
To reset this to the initial point, which was this is going to be Baker Mayfield. One, nobody, including myself as a Baker bro, thought this was going to be Baker. So that is when Baker left here. Well, no, I mean we thought he would still be a good quarterback elsewhere. Didn't know.
I did say that he was. It was going to be Mahomes versus Baker was going to be our generation's Manning and Brady. So I'd like some acknowledgement on that.
Wasn't that before he got cut though? Were you saying that when he was getting replaced by Deshaun Watson?
We took it the whole way through, brother.
Okay,
we took it the whole way through.
Well. Fight the good fight.
We really fought. Well, this is what you know about me. We don't give up in that regard. We just don't. We just don't. We believe in something and we just continue to believe in it.
I guarantee you Charles Robinson 3 years ago wasn't saying, "Oh, Baker's going to go somewhere else and be better." Don't recall Charles saying that. People are saying that. Charles is saying that now about Kevin. But here's the thing. Much like the Baker thing, guys, if Deshaun had lived up to the hype, and you had been to an AFC title game by now, been to the playoffs 3 straight years, and he looked like a $250 million guaranteed quarterback, there would be no complicating factor with the Baker stuff. Oh, that's great that he worked out, right? It's Matt Stafford and Jared Goff.
You know what it'd be? I have a different one. It would be Daniel Jones right now thriving in Indy. How many Giants fans really care? They look at Jackson Dart. They're like, Jackson Dart's our guy. We have it figured out. They're not crying over spilt milk with Daniel Jones and what Daniel Jones has become in Indianapolis. They're not even throwing haymakers towards Brian Dable. Well, why didn't you get that Daniel Jones? He's 5-1. He's MVP consideration. They don't even talk that way.
They're like 2 bad games.
They're like,
you're right.
We have Scattaboo. We have Jackson Dart. Let's do this thing.
We got a couple bros headlining our team.
We're just going to bro out. You bring the protein shakes.
I was going to go protein shakes, but you handled that the right way. You're a professional. But no, if Deshaun had worked out, the Baker stuff would be mitigated. Maybe not entirely, but it would be mitigated to some degree. So if Kevin Stefanski goes elsewhere and is a good head coach, but you get the right guy who's the next part of this, any of that's going to go the way. The reason why the Belichick stuff stung is Belichick won 6 Super Bowls while you had a winning percentage of, I think, 375 through the first 20 years of you being back. If you had a 675 winning percentage, even if Belichick was beating you I see what I did, and the 6-7 thing's really just going to my brain. If you had, even if Belichick was beating you in conference title games to win those Super Bowls, you wouldn't be saying, "Oh, why we had him? Why did we let him go?" Because you'd still be saying, "We lost in the AFC title game," right? Like, I get there's a threat that Kevin might go of all the head coaches we've seen since '99. Yep, he's the guy that I think there's a reasonable chance he could go elsewhere and have success. It doesn't mean that should get in the way of asking yourself, is he still the right guy for the Cleveland Browns?
Yeah, and really what you're doing in many ways, now is the Baker side of this, is that making people more fearful? Because as I described this, it might make people more fearful. You gave up on Baker because you thought that there could be something better on the horizon. You're giving up on Stefanski if you do so because you think there's going to be something better on the horizon. I think at the end of the day, though, you just have to understand Stefanski's never going to be that coach here.
216-474-0092. So Charles Robinson believes that Stefanski could leave and be better elsewhere. How big or how much of a factor is that in how you view Stefanski and whether he's still the right fit for the Cleveland Browns? Let's go with Patrick in Hudson. Welcome to the show, Patrick.
Guys, what's going on? Thanks for taking my call.
Absolutely, buddy. What you got for us?
Well, really, I just wanted to add that I really compared the season a lot to, the 1-31 days. And unfortunately for me, this is almost worse now because at least with the 1-31, you knew, the singular most problem was the head coach and Hugh Jackson. You could bona fide, say that. Now it's a mess of you don't know whether is it Stefanski? Obviously there's blame to go all around, but what's the biggest issue? Is it Stefanski? Is it Barry? Is it the quarterback? Is it the roster overall? Is it your owner? It's just insane how promising this team once was and how much of an absolute mess it is now.
Yeah, it's interesting.
I think most people nationally, Patrick, would say Haslam.
Yes. Yeah, absolutely. And by the way, I can't really refute that Haslam isn't a big problem. I can't remove ownership. I don't have the power to shame Jimmy Haslam out of Cleveland.
It's just a waste of time talking if that's the conversation.
Now, do I think Jimmy Haslam... So we talked a lot about...
He spends a lot of money. I like that about him.
Yeah,
but he's just way too involved right now.
At some point, I don't give a rip about your process. I don't know.
Not process, no dollars.
No, well, no, but that's part of the process. Is we're going to outspend everyone. If that doesn't lead to wins and losses, or if that doesn't lead plenty of losses, if it doesn't lead to wins, I don't give a rip. Dan Gilbert spends a lot of money. I've got a title for that. 5 NBA Finals runs, and this next team feels like it could make an NBA Finals run as well.
I guess what I'm saying
that's
is
money well spent.
At least he's not meddling while also then being cheap about it. If they're only trying to give him the silver lining. But the end result is the end result here, and most national people would say that Haslam's the problem. Hey, bring Florio on for 2 seconds. All he wants to do is tell you how Haslam's the problem. Nothing will be fixed until Haslam's not the owner anymore.
That's a great point, by the way, because Haslam can be a problem, and that can also not be the entire story with the Browns. I think it's incredibly convenient to Kevin or Andrew or DePodesta or any of these guys. Now, here's the difference. I think we're past the point of Andrew Barry or Kevin Stefanski learning their lesson for Deshaun Watson. I don't think we're past the point of Jimmy Haslam learning that lesson. Because the one thing I don't think we talked enough is Jimmy Haslam went through 1-31 to get a team and then let two guys he hired destroy that team within about 5 years. No, but that is a very valuable lesson that he needs to learn.
No, Nick, the most important lesson he's got to learn is the idea that, first off, in today's football, it doesn't take 12 years to rebuild a team, but he let us all go through 1-31 and thought that was the answer to then end up with one playoff win to then have other people come in and make that same suggestion. They weren't as obvious about it, but they made the same suggestion. You won 3 games this last year. You're going to win 3, 4, 5 games this year. We're basically doing the same thing to end up with the number 2 overall pick last year and whatever this year ends up with. You think this is going to end any differently?
216-474-0092. Charles Robinson had a lot to say about the Cleveland Browns. And play at least one of those pieces of sound for Miles Simmons, Pro Football Talk, and Cleveland. I almost said kid. He's a grown man. But we'll play with that for him and get his take on how bad things really are in Cleveland in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. Hey guys, Nick Wilson here, and I've got a little tip. If a kitchen remodel is on the radar, because right now, guys, you can skip the stress, skip the sticker shock, and go see my friends at Northeast Factory Direct, because you'll be able to get a full 10x10 kitchen for just $2,599. And that includes all the features you actually want. Solid wood construction, soft close drawers, full extension glides, and the latest designer trends. And here's the best part. You don't have to figure it out all by yourself, because with Northeast Factory Direct, they've got an incredible team of kitchen designers who make this process way easier than you think and way more fun. And it should be fun. It's taking your home and making it more your style, more what you want, more comfortable. So you bring in your measurements, and they help you design your dream kitchen using their big screen 3D rendering system, so you see exactly what it's going to look like before you commit to anything. It's fast, it's simple, and it's free. No pressure, no sales pitch, just helpful people who actually know what they're doing. And they also have countertops and flooring, so you can tackle your whole remodel in one place. Call the nearest NEFD location.
Is up 2-0 in that series, and the Mariners host the Blue Jays for a game for the ALCS tonight. They've got the 2-1 advantage. You can now find 92.3 The Fan on YouTube. Subscribe to our YouTube channel and get the best content from our shows each and every weekday. That's 92.3 The Fan on YouTube. Headline sports news every 20 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Meredith Kane.
All day long. All day. All the time. At work.
923thefan.com and the Odyssey app.
Check it out.
Back on Afternoon Drive, Nick Wilson, Jonathan Peterlin with you. Coming up in about 40 minutes, a loaded weekend in college football at Ohio State and Wisconsin. And Pete Futch will be joining us in just about 40 minutes. I think
once awesome game.
Yeah, for a long time. Now this one, I'm like equally sad about this game. One, it should be a 40-point win. Two, it might be the game that finally does it for Luke Fickell and Camp Randall. And I just feel bad because I think he's a good head coach in a bad spot.
Not a good head coach in Wisconsin.
Yeah. In fairness, I think they're the cliche of you just have to be from there. I think that's what we've learned. Gary Anderson got run out after 2 years despite okay results, and he wasn't a Wisconsin guy. Now Luke Fickell falls on his face there.
Bielema had it.
But he was a Wisconsin guy. Remember, I think he used to be their DC before he was their head coach.
I didn't know how far back you had to be a Wisconsin guy.
Oh, I think it's like Ohio State. Like Urban was 1 year on the Ohio State coaching staff with Earl Bruce in 1986, and people are like, an Ohio guy.
So Joe Thomas to coach Wisconsin. Let's get it done.
I think he could do it. Little Eddie George action? Yeah.
Little Eddie George action.
No, right? Like Eddie George, honestly, like I think Eddie George and guys like Dion have proven to me, like, if you've got the right infrastructure, I think there's a lot of guys who used to play who should be head coaches.
All right,
now.
how about J.J. Watt?
No, that guy's a clown.
Okay.
Cries too much about PFF. Not a real leader, some are saying.
That's what I'm hearing. That's what I'm hearing on Sundays.
Many people are saying it, and it starts with me.
Ian Eagle wouldn't even give him a good reference, so what are we really doing here?
That's true. It's like he keeps pronouncing my name Ian. With that being said, we are awaiting Miles Simmons here, and we're talking about the Charles Robinson clips there where Charles Robinson says there is a gap between Stefanski and Barry, although I believe he calls it like a small gap, which is a very nice way of being like, things could get interesting. They're already interesting. And with the thought partners, when you say small gap, we're going to go ahead and say that they're maybe playing down and that the truth is probably worse than it sounds.
We all knew they couldn't keep this. We're always aligned. We always believe in each other. We always have each other back. We knew they couldn't keep it forever. In fact, I'm impressed that they kept it as long as they did, because the Deshaun stuff should have broke many a partnership.
So while we wait to get Miles Simmons here, we've got that. We've got so things have changed from Charles Robinson's point of view. The worry that Stefanski could go elsewhere and be better. Where do you want to go?
Oh, it doesn't matter. Let's do Ken in Cleveland.
Ken in Cleveland. Welcome to the show, Ken in Cleveland.
Yeah, I was calling just strictly mainly like as far as Kevin Stefanski go, he's a good coach, but he's old-fashioned. He's not up to speed with the other coaches as far as play calling and they scheme. I don't know what his scheme is, but it's pretty much not showing up on the field.
So, all right. So have you always felt this way, or is it specific to this year?
No, it's been this way. I mean, like even with Belichick and Tom Brady. Belichick, yes, he was the coach, but Tom Brady, he pretty much went out there and did a lot of what he wanted to do. And that's what I'm thinking happened with Baker Mayfield and Kevin Stefanski. Baker Mayfield did a little bit more of what he wanted to do or what his plan was as far as moving this ball.
Ken, we appreciate you, buddy. Thank you very much.
Which at times made Stefanski furious.
Yeah, I still think that's where the real rupture was, at least for Stefanski, is he just knew he couldn't control Baker.
And he's a control freak. At the end of the day, he is a control freak. That's why I've told you this. I've told you once. I've told you a million times. The idea that half the coaches across the league, like Sean McVay, always talked about how Kirk Cousins is his ideal quarterback. Like it's like in no world is Kirk Cousins anyone's ideal quarterback. Well, for McVay, for O'Connell, for those type of guys, they love the quarterbacks that just execute the plan that they put out. They can see their script, they can execute the play. And there's no going rogue. There's no going any sort of off-script nature. They just do it.
I'll never forget Brian Billick saying he'd rather have Joe Burrow than Pat Mahomes. Because, yeah, Mahomes can make all those plays and single-handedly win you the game, but you can really build an offense with Joe.
It's like, what do you think you're building with Mahomes?
That's a guy that won a Super Bowl. I've never been able to shake that free from my brain. Said the same thing about Josh Allen as well. Now, to go ahead and talk about Charles Robinson's quotes on the Cleveland Browns, the state of the Cleveland Browns, we head out to the fan hotline and welcome on of Pro Football Talk, Miles Simmons, Cleveland's own. What's up, Miles?
Hello, gentlemen. How are you?
Doing all right. It's getting interesting early here. It does feel like we're starting to get reports that maybe the thought partners aren't as aligned as previously thought after the Joe Flacco trade. Where do you think the pressure cooker is in Berea?
Well, I mean, it's already December in Berea, right? It's only October 16th, especially, if these guys go out there and lose to the Miami Dolphins in, potentially 45 to 60 mile an hour winds on Sunday. My gosh, if you can't beat Tua Tagovailoa in those conditions, then yeah, the conversations are going to get very loud very quickly. It is interesting because, I guess with my Cleveland colored glasses on, I was probably a little too optimistic about the way the Browns could play even early in the season. But, what's interesting to me about that quote from Stefanski where he said he was surprised, by the trade, in context, he was talking about the fact that the Bengals would call them in the first place was surprising. Right? And so maybe there's more to it than that. But I think, reacting off of Mike Tomlin saying Andrew Barry, in his press conference is smarter than me or than I. Like, there's now just weird stuff that is going on with the Browns that, in some ways is more external than internal, but you can't tell me that there's not some sort of internal turmoil when you are 1-5 a year after going 3-14. Like, that's, you're setting, there is no world where teams go this early for this long. And even if Kevin Stefanski is a two-time head coach of the year, like, there have to be significant changes because this team is not competitive.
Are they a package deal, Stefanski and Barry, or do you feel like there is an opportunity where Stefanski would end up fired and Barry would keep his job, or vice versa?
You can't put anything past Jimmy Haslam, but I would say that it's best to clean house. I always think it's best when you have a GM and a head coach who are totally aligned, and sometimes that comes from a lot of the time, really, it comes from the GM picking the coach. But, I mean, there are other situations where if you get an experienced head coach, like, for instance, Mike Vrabel, is a guy that you would probably let pick his own GM. And I guess that could be a sore subject for some people that I'm bringing up Mike Vrabel's name.
Yeah, thanks for that, Miles.
Yeah, well, I mean, I don't know. I cover the league nationally, okay? What am I supposed to do? But it's that I think is part of it. Who are you getting in to be the next head coach? If there is a next head coach of the Cleveland Browns next year, and what does that mean from a GM standpoint? I don't know. It's a little early to handicap it.
All right, Miles, we talked about this a little bit earlier. If we start to build a blame chart, or let's say a blame pie graph for why this thing is where it is, how much goes to Jimmy Haslam, how much goes to Paul DePodesta, how much goes to Andrew Barry, and how much goes to Kevin Stefanski?
What does Paul DePodesta do? Doesn't he live out here with me in Southern California?
Yep. San Diego,
I don't really understood what Paul DePodesta does. Yeah, in San Diego. Yeah, so I said Southern California.
Wales.
San Diego basically could be a different state. Yes, exactly. But I don't know how much to blame Paul DePodesta. I mean, 100% of it goes to Jimmy Haslam because he's the one hiring these people, right? So, and from all the different folks that Jimmy Haslam has hired since he was approved as owner back in 2012, back when I was interning at 92.3 The Fan. It's, you have this now weird situation where, okay, he's hired these different people. Stefanski and Barry have far and away, unfortunately, been the most successful out of them. But when you go 3-14 last year and you're 1-5, you're kind of has it not run its course? I mean, I think that I don't know that there's real reason to fire Barry and Stefanski if on Monday, say, if they go out and lose to the Dolphins on Sunday. Because what does that do? But, in January, if this team ends up, with a similar record to what it does last year, I don't know what the argument is for keeping them around because they're not getting better. So this is not a league where it's 5-year plan. And even if you did have a 5-year plan, these guys are in year 6. So it's just kind of all right, this may have run its course at this point, unfortunately, if things continue the way that they've gone.
Have you been impressed with Dillon Gabriel through 2 games?
No. Should I
just had to ask it that way because we've had guests on that say they're impressed with Dillon Gabriel, and so we both are not impressed with Dillon Gabriel. But I just, I don't want to assume that you're not because I've done that a couple times already this week, and then I've gotten some curveballs.
I mean, I don't think Dillon Gabriel's a terrible quarterback, but I mean, it's hard to be impressed with. Damn, he did score 20 points. What? There to be impressed with offensively right now. I mean, Quinton Judkins looks like he could be a dude, but that's nice. I mean, he would be probably better off with a team that had a functional offensive line. And, the Browns don't. I mean, for various reasons. So, yeah, I mean, I don't think Dillon Gabriel has been horrible, but to say I've been impressed, but no. But there's nothing impressive about that offense in general right now.
All right, Miles. Bengals Steelers tonight on Thursday Night Football. Little AFC North action. Mm-hmm. If the Steelers win tonight, are we calling the AFC North settled for Pittsburgh?
Yes, absolutely. Who's going to challenge them? I mean, Joe Flacco might be able to do some fun things with Jamar Chase and T. Higgins over the course of however many weeks he's going to be playing there. And look, I don't think that there's a firm guarantee that even if Joe Burrow is healthy to come back in December, why would you put Joe Burrow out there on a surgically repaired foot if the Bengals have 3 wins in December, which is something that could certainly be the case. I mean, Joe Flacco has a decent arm still, right? I mean, we watched it, but he can't move. He's a statue. And with the way that offensive line is constructed down in Cincinnati and the way that their pass protection has worked historically under Zach Taylor, I don't see how you're going to have a Joe Flacco that doesn't throw a bunch of interceptions. That's what he does at this point. So, yeah. And the Ravens, I mean, even if Lamar Jackson comes back and he's doing MVP type things, that defense is just an absolute mess. So I don't know what they're going to be able to do down in Baltimore when you already have 5 losses on the season, right? I mean, that's not something that you can easily come back from. So, yeah, I don't know, man. I don't even know how good the Pittsburgh Steelers really are. But, yes, they could absolutely have this thing wrapped up effectively tonight if you go and you take it to the Bengals and you give them 5 losses and you start out 5-1. I mean, it becomes their division that they're really going to have to fall on their face in order to lose.
Miles, we got to run, buddy, but we appreciate you. Thank you so much.
All right, take care, gentlemen.
Miles Simmons there, Cleveland Zone, of course, Pro Football Talk, NFL writer on the Fan Hotline. React to what he had to say about Dylan Gabriel and many other things in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
I'm Bill Ryder with an Odyssey Sports Minute. Tonight on Thursday Night Football, against a banged-up Bengals team on their 3rd quarterback, it turns out that Aaron Rodgers has the chance to do one of the most satisfying things in sports. Prove people
there's no person who can help fix this?
Before there were guys that you got excited about. I don't know if there's anybody I'm excited about. That's realistic at this time.
You've just lost hope.
Yeah.
You've lost all your hope.
And I'm mad about that. Can I be mad about losing hope? I don't even know if we have enough draft picks to start to replace all this, because I still have to tear it down going into next year. The Ken Carman Show with Anthony Lima. Weekday mornings starting at 6 a.m. We are Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan. It's the 4 o'clock hour on Afternoon Drive.
45 to 60 mile an hour winds on Sunday. My gosh, if you can't beat Tua Tagovailoa in those conditions, then yeah, the conversations are going to get very loud very quickly. It is interesting because, I mean, I guess with my Cleveland colored glasses on, I was probably a little too optimistic about the way the Browns could play, even early in the season. But, what's interesting to me about that quote from Stefanski where he said he was surprised, by the trade. I mean, in context, he was talking about the fact that the Bengals would call them in the first place was surprising. And so maybe there's more to it than that. But I think you can't tell me that there's not some sort of internal turmoil when you are 1-5 a year after going 3-14.
That is Miles Simmons of Pro Football Talk giving us his take on turmoil in Berea. How real is it? I think this is a great stress test. You do have, Tua Tagovailoa coming to Cleveland in what could be gale-type winds, what could be nasty weather, lot of rain. This feels like a just-run-the-ball dummy kind of game.
Which we've seen a couple times before in this situation where Stefanski then failed, by the way.
I was thinking about the Week 1 game against Cincinnati where the weather rendered Joe Burrow hopeless.
Oh, so I was thinking about the shirtless Njoku game where it was negative degrees, and Stefanski still decided to throw the ball all over the field when the very obvious game plan, like we thought it was just going to be everyone run the ball every single play, and Stefanski just threw that game plan right out the window.
Also, you're going to have to be more specific about the shirtless Njoku game. Aren't they all shirtless Njoku games?
They are, but there's only one that was negative degrees, and then
he almost got hypothermia.
And he almost got hypothermia, and then the next day I went on the air, and that's what I was filling in for the morning show that day, and I did a whole Njoku almost got hypothermia rant, and it's quite the scene because it was just so dumb. The whole thing was so dumb. The game plan was simple: run the damn ball, and he just threw the ball everywhere. And then there's also the other game, and this is where the wind comes into play. I was thinking about this one because it might end up being, I think Miles said close to 60 mile per hour winds. I didn't see it to that degree. I saw around 35 to 45 degree winds, but there was the one where they wouldn't land airplanes at Burke. It was that disastrous. The game that Deshaun Watson basically declared he'd never play in Cleveland because the winds were so bad, and Stefanski still just decided to throw the ball. So
and the Browns still gave him $235 million guarantee.
I think the lesson here is that in obvious times when Stefanski should be throwing the ball, like last week, for instance, running the ball. Like last week when he should just be running the ball and the game plan is simple, just run the ball, run the ball, run the ball. Stefanski loves to throw the ball.
Okay, don't say that because this week is the even more, not even from
all
the weather.
All the games I'm talking about. Like everything
not even
is dictated that you should just be, and yes, you're
because of how bad Miami is defensively against the run.
Defense is. Every bit of it calls to just run the ball. But every time we have these obvious situations, Stefanski, he swerves. He outsmarts the room. He all of a sudden decides that he's going to do the exact opposite of what everyone in the building thinks that he should be doing.
Well, here's the problem. Every game from now to the end of time this season is going to be about running the ball because it's the only way they can win.
So there's a part of me that wonders if Stefanski, if this is a fact-finding mission. Remember, that's how Mary Kay phrased it before the season got underway. This year was a fact-finding mission. Mm-hmm. You don't find out too many facts in Quinshon Judkins running the ball a ton. And so if your goal is not to actually win games and your goal is just to find out facts, there's a spot, and I don't agree with this. I think this is stupid, by the way, but there's a spot where Stefanski could say the value in Dylan Gabriel throwing the ball and us finding out if he can throw the ball is more valuable than finding out if Quinshon can run, because we know Quinshon can run.
All right, I want to set that aside because just the idea makes me just
You got to get inside their head in order to really kind of process everything that's going on here.
I don't want to do that.
Take yourself into that Ivy League head and try to figure it out. And that's one angle that I've come up with.
Superfluous. I'm just gonna start saying big words, and then eventually, like Daniel Day-Lewis, I'll like transform into a skull and crossbones card-carrying member.
Maybe. My wife, she went to an Ivy League. Her whole family, they all went to an Ivy League. And so I always feel bad anytime I say like a disparaging shot towards Ivy League people. But now Stefanski and company they've gotten me that far.
I will say, I think you should do it as an act of dominance.
Yeah, is that it?
Against the whole family.
Yeah, that's a good.
Hey, you Ivy Leaguers.
I should really be doing that.
And do one of these, like the thumb out, like you Ivy Leaguers.
Yeah, that's going to go very well for me.
Where's that gotten you guys?
Almost.
They're all very successful.
Almost. I told you how we've never had a fight, right? We've never had a fight. We came as close as we've ever came to yesterday.
Was it over Ivy League?
So our buddy Nick Fink, he brought over this pie that he made. He made this he brought a couple over. People bring over food. It's very interesting.
Man is he surprises you. You think you know Fink, and then he goes out and bakes. When you have a newborn, people bring you all sorts of food. It's kind of like when a family member dies and everyone brings you, like in that scene in Sopranos where they just have like 15 lasagnas in their fridge. It's kind of what it's like in many ways. And so he brought over a bunch of food, and then he brought over Christopher.
A couple days ago, he brought over this pie as well, and it was, I'm telling you, the best pie I've ever had. My absolute favorite, and Elise loved it as well. And yesterday morning, I told you I've had a sweet tooth lately. Yesterday morning, I just straight up finished off the pie. And that wasn't good for anybody involved.
No.
That was no. She had expressed how much she loved this pie, and I just straight up just ate the whole thing like a fatty.
So I made an apple cider cheesecake this last weekend, and delicious. One piece of pie, the final piece of pie, has been sitting in the fridge for 36 hours. Because I think I don't want to ask her if I can have the last piece of pie, and she doesn't want to ask me, because neither of us want to be the last pie person, right? But we're also not going to be like, there's one more piece of pie there. You should have it. So it's not a Cold War, but there is some sort of Mexican standoff here on the last piece of apple cider cheesecake.
So historically in our relationship, I usually defer and I say, you have the last piece. Like I always, I put her in front of me constantly in that way. And in this instance,
they changed the game.
In this, and I think
a month after she gave birth, no less.
And I think it surprised her. I think it surprised her.
She did not like this development.
Surprised me, if I'm being honest as well.
This is Joe Flacco to Cincinnati.
And the worst part about it is that the dinner ended, and she goes, "All right, excited for that pie now." And I go, "Yeah, no, we don't have that pie."
Oh, so you at least said it.
that pie's gone.
I will tell you.
That pie, I apologize. I said that pie's long gone. She was crushed.
The worst thing is, because I have 3 daughters, I can also pin it on. I'll let her go to the fridge. And she'll be like, "I'm so excited for this." And I'll just stay quiet. And because if she fires a shot in the direction of the kids, then I just clam up. I'm like, can't do it.
The sad part is she thought it was a joke.
Oh,
she couldn't believe her mind couldn't comprehend that I would have actually ate the final piece of pie, and so she had to get up and go to the fridge herself to verify. And my soul, just everything crushed within me. I was like, this is. I wanted to call up Fink and be like, "Can you make me an immediate pie pronto? I need to write this wrong." Because you can't just go to the store. This isn't a store-bought pie where I can be like, "I'll pick one up tomorrow and we could do this." It's a one-off pie, and it was probably the best pie we've ever had in our lives.
Yep. You guys will overcome this eventually. Once the kids get out of the house.
I like your idea of just blaming the kids on these type of things in the future.
No. I let her blame the kids.
Oh, okay.
And then I don't correct her.
Sure.
Because then, here's the thing. The girls, they're 12 and 15. I'm going to shock you. Tend to be emotional. Then everyone gets in a fight. By everyone, I mean everyone but me. And then everybody has to apologize, so we never actually get to the bottom of who, because then it becomes about the fight and the accusation and not about the pie. So the pie's forgotten, and the anger issues are what is dealt with, and then your boy gets away scot-free some of the time.
That's the advantage of your kids being a little bit older.
Some of the time. Okay, on the YouTube channel. Again, you guys can follow us on 92.3 The Fan's YouTube channel all show long. Kay saying the president sent the National Guard to secure Nick's fridge. That's funny. That is quite funny. The other stuff, not funny, but that is a very funny line there. Have you already lost interest in Dylan Gabriel?
No, I haven't. Now, for this week, for this game on Sunday, I'm not going to be the most interested because Stefanski should just run the ball. No, I have not lost interest in Gabriel. I thought last week was an awful game for everyone to try to judge Dylan Gabriel off of. I really did. I don't know how anyone could. In fact, it was really funny to me how much Miles laughed at the question. of like, were any bit of you impressed with Dylan at all? Because that's where a lot of people should be right now. But are you excited for Dylan Gabriel, or are you bored with Dylan Gabriel?
I mean, I'm bored.
He doesn't drive conversations, I'll tell you that much.
I'm bored with the offense, but I think that's Kevin. Like, listen, he looked really bad. He had, 6 almost picks on Sunday?
It was a million.
Like, he looked as bad as you could have without actually having, 3 turnovers. At the same point, I guess my thing is, I'm expecting to get about 13 games of Dylan and Shedeur. So, however we slice up this pie, I'm expecting it to be about as even as possible now, but, I don't think I've gotten ready to the point where I think they're ready for Shedeur, so I don't want to jump the gun on that. So, I think you can put Dylan in a better position to win, and that actually might make me want to bench Dylan more than anything if you're just not going to put the kid in a position to win.
Well, that would be why I think a lot of Shedeur fans and people like myself are like, well, hold on, we don't have to be in a hurry to put Shedeur in right now. You know, if you're not making Dylan the sacrificial lamb, then you're going to make Shedeur the sacrificial lamb.
It would track. Would track with an organization. Well, in fairness, I think they're both sacrificial lambs. Unless they can rise above, neither of these guys, given the position they're put in, are meant to be more than what they are.
But that's why it just feels so unfair to Dylan in this opportunity, because it doesn't feel like a real opportunity at this point.
It's unfair to both of them.
Yeah,
well,
for sure.
Okay, it was real. Fans were excited for Dylan until the Pittsburgh game. And I think you and I are in lockstep on this. Don't put that on Dylan. As bad as he looked, that one goes on Kevin. So this weekend is another IQ arrogance test for one of those two things for Andrew Berry, for Kevin Stefanski, because it's about protecting that kid, because he's not built to throw in 50 to 60 mile an hour weather, and this should be a game against a bad rushing defense that you just continue to run. I guarantee you, if the Browns, if he goes 165 yards, a touchdown pass, no INTs, Quinshawn runs for 200 yards, and you win this thing by 1 point or 10 points, all of a sudden people are going to be back in on Dylan Gabriel on Monday.
Well, I think people will just be back into the idea that you can win with a running back and a defense. I think that's all. It'll showcase that you have an identity to yourself. If Quinshawn goes for 200 yards on the ground, if he does the Rico Dottle and just goes for 230 against the Dolphins.
We're so thirsty to win. We're so thirsty to find a quarterback. I guarantee you Dylan's going to get a lot of credit if he's the guy that gets the next win here.
I don't know. I'm interested on that. If it's a clear Quinshawn win or Quinshawn dominated run game, and you beat the lowly Dolphins who have fought all week long,
I think we're so desperate to this point. I don't think the context is going to matter.
I think with Shedeur, I think you're right, but I don't think people are itching to be like, hey, Dylan, let's throw you flowers. Let's give you credit here.
Has Dylan Gabriel already lost your interest? Pete Futek, College Football News, will walk us through a huge weekend in college football this weekend in about 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
Eagles defensive end Trey Hendrickson remains questionable as he's dealing with a hip injury, although multiple reports say he's not expected to play tonight. The only place to hear from Kevin Stefanski and the players after the Dolphins game on Sunday is on the radio home of the Browns, 92.3 The Fan and the Odyssey app. Headline Sports News every 20 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Meredith Kane.
Listen to 92.3 The Fan on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, and TuneIn app.
Back on Afternoon Drive, Nick Wilson, Jonathan Peterlin with you. We got the lead coming up in just about 40 minutes here. Some breaking college football news that we had not gotten to this point with the whole Dylan Gabriel schmaz we had with the whole Kevin Stefanski stuff from Charles Robinson.
Is it still breaking then, or is it just soft news?
I think you have. Within an hour window, you still get to say breaking news.
And this one happened 57 minutes ago?
14 minutes ago.
14 is within.
Yeah.
I think anything that's out of 20, you got to take the breaking news tag off.
Okay, then what's the alternative? Because it's still pretty fresh.
No, 14's good. Well, fresh is nice.
News?
Oh, fresh is nice.
Ooh, fresh
we
news?
We have fresh news. That's good. Fresh lasts for a few hours.
Yeah, but you and me saying fresh news sounds like we're trying to be hip.
Yeah,
I got news for you.
Or speak to the culture. Which,
or it's like certified fresh.
So breaking news.
Certified fresh
Indiana
news.
and Curt Signetti have agreed to a new 8-year, $11.6 million contract through November 30th of 2033, when I believe Curt will be 157.
I was going to say, I think he's going to be on his deathbed coaching Indiana football. All right, fantastic.
Hey, he's made it big. Let the man make his bank.
From hospice, Signetti with the call.
Penn State, well done. I mean, think about that. Indiana heard James Franklin got fired. Immediately, Signetti gets a big bump there. Good for him.
I think Penn State dodged a bullet here. I think Signetti is a product of Fernando Mendoza, and the world's going to find out.
He had Curtis Rourke as his quarterback last year and was pretty darn good.
He got waxed by Ohio State. He got waxed by Notre Dame. Didn't have a top 25 win at all last season. This year, Mendoza's
was he a top 25 team?
Mendoza's brought him to the table.
I think he was at the table. I think he just might have brought a better.
No, he was a fraud last year. They were frauds last year. Signetti knows it. Indiana fans know it. Now, welcome to the table. With that, what was that? Better cut of meat?
I will say, it's a hot take from you.
Yeah, I like it though.
Very, very spicy. And
Let's
speaking of
Pete
spicy,
agrees. Yeah.
We got Pete Futek, known to be spicy. College football news every single Thursday here at 420. Pete, how do you feel about Jonathan's spicy take?
Well, first of all, it was breaking news, and by the time you got to it, it was no longer breaking news. So,
15 minutes, still very hot.
Exactly. The timing it took for you to have that intro to it. And, look, you guys are fine gentlemen, snappy dressers and all that. You out of your mind. I mean, Signetti has won everywhere, at every level. He has, an insane... I've come out with you guys before and said, when I was defending Ryan Day last year during the Michigan thing, everyone thinks, oh, it's so easy to win at Ohio State. It's so easy. When James Franklin, before he got whacked, there was only one other head coach who had been at a school as long as he had and won more than 70% of his games. That was Dabo. I mean, it's really hard to win 70% of your games. Signetti is an insane 85% level.
Yeah, at Elon and James Madison, Pete.
But still, he came. I mean, remember, James Madison came from the FCS world and dominated right out of the gate.
Yeah, tell me what you can do at IUP and why that translates to Indiana football.
Well, because he came to Indiana football and they whacked Michigan, they whacked Nebraska. I mean, the thing about last year was, yes, the schedule wasn't that amazing as it turned out, but they did beat the two defending teams that played the national championship the year before and obliterated them. So what do you do with a team that, okay, your schedule isn't great? Well, then you win every game by 45 points and dominate. So, he is at and my first reaction to the fresh news of all this is he sold out cheap. Look, Joe Burrow's getting paid $50 million to sit on the sidelines and be injured. If James Franklin's getting paid $48 million to go away, colleges have all these big places have money. If I'm the Signetti agent, I'm going in there and saying, look, we're starting this thing at $20 million. Let's go. I mean, they got the money. There's somebody out there is going to pay it. And at some point very soon, the head coaching salaries for the top guys are going to go through the stratosphere because you're right. You said it. thank you, Penn State, because all these other coaches are going to get rich and have a couple extra years lopped out of their contract because of anybody saying, you know what, Penn State might come calling soon.
All right, that leads me to ask you, who's the right guy at Penn State, which is not necessarily the same thing as who will be the head coach.
Well, it depends. You're right, exactly, because Signetti's at another level right now. He'll never be hotter than he is at the moment because, again, if you dog it all you want, it's Indiana. This program has never, ever won at college football. And he just walks in, and 2 years later, they are, number 2 or 3 team in the country, depending on what you want to believe. So, I don't know who that right guy is for Penn State to come in and do more than Franklin did. Remember, Franklin got him to the Final Four last year. I get it. He didn't win a lot of games against top teams, but you know who doesn't win a lot of games against top teams? Everybody. It's hard. That's why they're top 10 teams. And then this year, if that team got one late defensive stop in any of the last 3 games, he's still the head coach. So it's a tough spot to get. Signetti's probably one on the list of guys who's the best coach going in football right now. I'm a diehard Lane Kiffin believer. I think he's just better than just about everyone else. That's another program where Ole Miss, it's the SEC and it's Mississippi. That program's not very good. Historically, it had one big year like in the 60s, and that's been about where they played nobody. That was a real no schedule. And that's about it. What Kiffin has done, at each and every stop, I know he had a hard time with the Raiders. That was when he was 14 years old. He is just that good. And I think you give him a program like Penn State, and all of a sudden that goes into the stratosphere. But to your overall point, everyone else is going to pale by comparison. No one's really interested in Matt Rule. Manny Diaz, Penn State fans are not going to be that fired up for. So unless you have a guy who's the right guy, and the other part about this is you never know. You always think, okay, this guy's the perfect fit for this job, and he's just not. Until a guy gets in there and takes it, you never quite know if it's going to work.
All right, Pete. Drew Aller's a Medina kid. He's out for the rest of the season. I hope he files for an injury, basically the extra year of eligibility because of the injury. Is that on the table, or do you think he should just go to the NFL draft?
Or transfer, any of the above. I mean, the problem with the transfer, to go on the NFL thing right now is, what's his stock? I mean, this is such a loaded time for quarterbacks. I mean, you can list, we've done this before with you guys with what you're doing with your pool there. You can list off at least 10 quarterbacks and say, you know what, on the right day and the right workout, that might be the number 1 overall guy. And it's crazy how talented all these new guys are, from Sayin to Ty Simpson to C.J. Carr, to Dante Moore. You mentioned Mendoza for Indiana. It's just, and that doesn't even count the main guys. Carson Beck, who I do think is the number 1 guy right now. Arch Manning is going to get it together, and he's going to be top whenever he's ready to go. And keep on going. They say Sellers, they say DJ Lagway. I mean, there's so many top quarterbacks right now. For a guy like Aller, I don't know where the market is for him other than career backup at the moment, unless he transfers and rocks somewhere else.
Luke Fickell, I'm starting to call him Luke Stefanski because he's averaging 15.5 points a game. The man's offense just isn't there. The fire Fickell chants were loud at the 37-0 loss to Iowa. Is this the game? If he loses to Ohio State in a big way, is he gone?
Well, here's the thing about Wisconsin as a grad from that place, and I always comp I was there when the Alvarez era started, and that's, what Signetti's doing is kind of the comp for the Alvarez era. We took a program that was absolute zero, and then boom. It's a different place. They have money. It's not like they can't just, do the buyout thing. But this whole firing coaches in the middle of the season trend, that's kind of new, and you're only doing that if your season's truly over. And then even then, the problem is if you're Penn State right now, you couldn't have gone after a Signetti because he's right in the midst of the stuff. So a lot of these guys you'd want to get and talk to, you can't get for another 2 months. So I'm guessing they're going to wait it out because Wisconsin, unless there's some miracle, if you look at their schedule, it is unfairly brutal. I mean, they're not going to win another game this year unless something totally miraculous happens. So, yes, he is gone. there's no way they can keep him around. I think they just aren't going to fire him in the middle of the season like everyone else is doing.
Pete, I actually want to circle back to college quarterbacks. I know, guys like Mendoza, he's going to the NFL, probably top 5, top 10 pick. But like Dante Moore is fantastic this year. Lenora Sellers is fantastic, but they're so short on experience, meaning I think the first barrier to pass is like 25 career starts. The teams are really, really in love when they can get a prospected 35, 40 or more starts. So you got Dante at 13 starts, Lenore Sellers at 18. I think people should be telling these kids, hey, this is all about the second contract of the NFL, but you got to give yourself the best chance at getting that, which means coming back, making more NIL money for an extra year. Do you think that is the advice that eventually these young kids are going to get, or is it going to be try and get that contract as soon as you can?
That's you know what, you're making the really funky NBA argument, because there is that line that if I think it's like the 14th pick, because the rookie contracts are so skewed low, that I think once you get to like the 13th or 14th and you're only making a couple mil in the NBA guaranteed, that's when like the NIL money is like, what are you doing going? Because you'll make 3 times as much staying whatever school you're at. Football is a little different. The problem with this is we listed off all those names, but we've done this before. I remember years where remember Justin Fields going to Chicago, and Josh Rosen's coming in, and I still think Shedeur Sanders at some point is going to be good. And who's good at what great quarterbacks are there in the NFL right now? Well, who's playing better than anybody else? It's Baker, and he obviously didn't work out, in his first stop or 2 or 3. And so it's so hard to find any of these guys who's going to be the next it guy. Even like a Josh Allen, he's only completing like 54% of his passes at Wyoming. It's like, well, he's not really a sure thing. That turned out to be great. So with all these guys, you never know. I mean, some guys have the right makeup, and you would think like an Arch Manning would have like the right mindset and the right, coaching. But he's a guy who, to your point, needs about 500 more at bats before he's ready for anything bigger. And you're right. Some of these guys need more time, but if they're hot as a pro prospect, sometimes you just got to strike, or else you do have the Drew Aller thing, who everyone was in love with him, and sometimes you have a couple bad games, and all of a sudden that bloom is off, and someone else comes up and rocks. So it is a really delicate balance, but I always kind of believe in the Bill Parcells belief where, if you want to be an NFL guy, go to the NFL. Go be in the NFL already. Go to the league. If you're that guy, then go to it. If you're not an NFL guy, then you stay in college.
Pete, great stuff as always, buddy. Didn't even get to the full slate of college football games this weekend, other than the fact I think this could be Luke Fickell's last game at Camp Randall. But we appreciate you, buddy. Great stuff. We'll talk next Thursday.
Have a great one, guys.
Pete Futek there. He was always like ready to go. Like, Ross sometimes would be like, all right, buddy, we gotta go. And he's like, no, I have 3 more minutes of Pete is very ready to go. Supercomputer.
Pete's been doing radio hits for, forever. I used to listen to him.
That makes him sound old.
But no, he's told me that before, too. Every time I tell him, I'm like, I grew up listening to you on 670 The Score when you would do a hit with Dan Bernstein. And then he'd be like, I'm not that old, man. And I'm like, for me, I was like 12. So you know what? Maybe in this instance, maybe you've just been doing it for a long time.
So maybe you also have to throw in back when you were 12.
Yeah.
Like back,
But I'm not young
I've been
either.
listening to you since I was 12.
But I'm not young.
When you were also 12. So now we're both not 12
Well, what
anymore.
I loved about Pete, and you heard it there in many ways, is that Pete will think outside of the box, and Pete is just so unapologetically him and his viewpoint on college football. In many ways, Pete Futek has shaped my viewpoint in college football, so I always have great admiration, even if he's just wrong about Indiana.
Great stuff from Pete there. The what if with the Browns, no one is prepared to talk about, and it is absolutely the best thing for the prospects involved. That's coming up in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
beautiful.
Millions of finds, each with a story. eBay. Things people love.
Tune in Thursday nights at 7 to hear from the Browns head coach himself.
Frustrated to not play clean football on offense, defense, and special teams. Just can't do it. On the road versus a good football team, we got to get it fixed. Can't do those things and expect to go on the road and win. And before you start winning, you got to stop losing.
The Kevin Stefanski Show, Thursday night at 7.
Your home for Browns football, 92.3 The Fan.
It's so hard to find any of these guys who's going to be the next it guy. Even like a Josh Allen, he's only completing like 54% of his passes at Wyoming. It's like, well, he's not really a sure thing. That turned out to be great. So with all these guys, you never know. I mean, it's some guys have the right makeup, and you would think like an Arch Manning would have like the right mindset, the right, coaching. But he's a guy who, to your point, needs about 500 more at bats before he's ready for anything bigger. And you're right. Some of these guys need more time, but if they're hot as a pro prospect, sometimes you just got to strike, or else you do have the Drew Aller thing. Everyone was in love with him, and sometimes you have a couple bad games, and all of a sudden that bloom is off, and someone else comes up and rocks. So it is a really delicate balance, but I always kind of believe in the Bill Parcells belief where, if you want to be an NFL guy, go to the NFL.
Back on Afternoon Drive, that was Pete Futek giving his take on the recent conversation about a lot of the guys with seemingly the highest ceilings in college football that are basically eligible for the 2026 draft, but might be better served by taking another year of eligibility and another year making money in college. I want to start with Drew Aller on this one. Okay. Because I think Drew Aller is this year's Carson Beck. And I know Pete has remained a steadfast belief in Carson Beck. Nobody else did.
You got to get a rebrand.
Yes. And so since Carson Beck has gone to Miami and just lit up the stat sheet, all of a sudden Carson Beck, a top 10 pick, is not crazy anymore. I hope. I root for that kid so much. Not just because he's a Medina kid. He does seem like a truly nice young man. I really hope that Drew's camp is saying, I know you want to go to the NFL. There's a time and a place. Let's either give the injury exemption if the right head coach lands in Penn State, or Carson Beck will be going off to the NFL. Let's see if Miami's got an opening, or if Arch Manning, for some reason, would go. Let's go to Texas. Let's go here.
Drew would just be stupid not to. Because he's a day 3 pick at this point. So I think the hard question would be for the players that are going to be a top 10, top 15 selection. That's where I think it becomes interesting.
And that's why. So one of the reasons we asked Pete Futek of that was when Todd McShay went on Outkick coverage with Dan Dockich. I thought he had a really good point about the 2026 class and guys like Dante Moore.
If they do come out, they're first-round players. And that's Dante Moore from Oregon, Sellers from South Carolina, Ty Simpson from Alabama, and Mendoza from IU, and not necessarily in that order. There's a bunch of guys who are going to finish this year with like 20 or fewer starts. Moore should probably play another year at Oregon. Sellers should probably play another year at South Carolina. Mendoza can play another year, and it wouldn't be the worst idea. So 5 of the top 6 guys that I have are all eligible to come back next year. Just look at like Bo Nix. Look at Jaden Daniels. Look at Dylan Gabriel. Look at down to like Brock Purdy. It used to be like 25 was the number for game experience, the old Parcells theory. Now it's like, can you get close to 40 plus starts? Because the guys who are coming in the league with like 40 to 63 starts are the guys that are having a lot more success.
Mendoza's a little different because I think he was a starter for more than half the season his freshman year at Cal. Then last year was the full-time starter at Cal, and then this year's the full-time starter. But like Dante Moore, I think that kid can be more than just the number 1 pick. And I think we've conditioned these guys. It's kind of like ring culture. The only thing that matters is titles and this, that, and the other. I think the only thing that matters to some prospects is, am I going to be the number 1 pick? Am I going to be a top 5 pick? Am I going to be a top 10 pick? Mm-hmm. And I get that mentality. But you live in this era where NIL is going to keep your beak wetted to some degree.
Yeah.
And for a long time, I said, you got to get to that second contract as quickly as you possibly can in the NFL. After watching what happened with Baker, after watching what's happened with Daniel Jones, after watching these guys come in and not hit the ground running right away, I kind of am more of the mind of, well, hey, if you can go back, play in the same environment with the same talent, the same coaches, or in this case with Aller, better coaching, and you can still make money, and technically you'll be delaying that second contract a year, but that extra experience might give you a 30% chance better to get that second contract, because you're not guaranteed if you come in and fail because you're not ready for the NFL.
I mean, I guess it's the gamble everyone takes. Like Justin Herbert, for instance, could have gone after his junior year and would have been the number 1 overall pick. He stayed for his senior year because he didn't think he was ready, and at the time he got docked for it, and people were like, oh, he's not confident enough? What's going on? And then he was the 3rd quarterback taken off the board that year. Now, again, he was 6th overall. He was fine, but I bet you Justin Herbert would tell you he'd do it again.
Mark Sanchez is another one who came out is the opposite, came out too early, was a 5th pick, and then fell apart.
What I think is interesting is, so last year's draft was littered with people that, you're talking about like quarterbacks with experience, right? Mm-hmm. That was last year's draft. Cam Ward played in college for 1,000,000 years. Shador played in college for 1,000,000 years. Jackson Dart was a 3-year starter in the SEC. That man got 50 games under his belt in SEC football. Tyler Shuck was in college for like 8 years. He was the Van Wilder of college football. Dylan Gabriel. Like last year was littered with guys that had a bunch of games under their belt. And I did think that was a course correction to when Trey Lance came out with no experience, Anthony Richardson came out with no experience, and you watch those guys just try to be something in the NFL and it just come nowhere close because they didn't have the games.
Well, and I think that's where, like a guy like Dante Moore, we had somebody in the YouTube group chat earlier that said he's just a 2-inch taller version of Dylan Gabriel, and I was like,
well, more than 2 inches.
We're not watching the same.
He's also a legit 6'3". I don't know.
We're not watching the same quarterback because Dante is much more athletic. I think he's got a fun arm.
It's just the Oregon jersey. That's all the chat did.
And they also have the same first initial, D. Now, I look at this and I go like, well, Dylan Gabriel had to stay in college for 75 years because he was a mediocre talent. I think we're to the era where, and again, it's not universal. Some guys don't need 40 starts. And I think that's what their camp is always telling you because they want to get that big check as soon as they can. Mm-hmm. I would just go, if there's even a question that going back to college can help you, again, significantly get better and more prepared. There's no way you can become a certainty in the NFL, but any amount of extra experience that can make you better fit for the NFL game, I think Jaden Daniels should be the model, right? Started Arizona State, had a very prolific career there, then went to LSU, got in with the right system, the right coach, and took off. I think that's the guy. And by the way, Jaden could have come out a year earlier, came back to LSU, and was able to build himself even more into a BS kind of draft prospect.
What Jaden did that Jaden was right to do, and obviously just the timing worked out well for him, but like he left on the highest of highs. He won a Heisman. You know, like you want to leave when your stock is the highest as well. You want to make sure that that's captured because as much as we talked about like Drew Aller in the scenario, if Drew Aller had entered last year's draft instead of trying to come back for another season, his stock would have been way better than what it currently is right now.
What if there isn't a quarterback worthy of a top 5 pick this year? Is it the disaster that Browns fans think it is?
We always tend to find somebody that they'll fall in love with enough to be a top 5 pick.
Cam Ward.
It's just whether or not we're only going to be able to find one of those guys, and then it's going to be very similar.
The number 1 pick.
Oh, that's going to be you know what's going to happen. We're going to end up with like a number 2 overall. It's going to be the same situation we're in last year. No matter how many quarterbacks they find, we're going to be just the one team on the outside of that, and then we're going to be scratching and clawing. That's just it's very Cleveland Browns. It's very us.
What if there isn't a quarterback worthy of a top 5 pick this year? More on that, but we got the lead in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. Hey, guys.
here on the radio home of the Browns, 92.3 The Fan. Headline Sports News every 20 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Meredith Kane.
You can now stream The Ken Carman Show with Anthony Lima live on the 92.3 The Fan YouTube channel every weekday from 6 till 10 a.m. Subscribe to the 92.3 The Fan YouTube page now for free. It's 5 o'clock on The Fan, and it's time for The Lead with Nick Wilson and Jonathan Peterlin on Afternoon Drive.
Get the latest from Browns practice throughout the week right now on our YouTube channel. Daryl Ryder recapping each and every practicing game while featuring the best highlights from coaches and players during media availability as well as on-the-field action. Subscribe to the 92.3 The Fan channel on YouTube now to get all the latest from Daryl Ryder and the Browns all throughout the football season.
The updated quarterback Deadpool coming up at 6:20 tonight. Mac has suddenly taken a nice little lead in the quarterback Deadpool. Is it time to make roster changes for the rest of us? We'll get to that coming up at 6:20. Cash Lovett giving us his picks of the week tonight. Of course, we got the Stefanski Show coming up at 7. Thursday Night Football. AFC North action, Steelers versus the Bengals coming up at 8 tonight. Plenty to get to on the station, though, in the next 2 hours, such as The Lead. Charles Robinson of Yahoo Sports was on 102.5 The Game in Nashville today, and he said that Joe Flacco, in that trade, has created a gap between Andrew Barry and Kevin Stefanski.
2 or 3 weeks ago, they said, "Hey, is Kevin on the hot seat?" I said, no way. I said, he and Andrew Barry, I said, they're good. They're on lock. Then they traded Flacco, and Stefanski comes out, and I'll never forget listening to that press conference. And I was texting the guys, I'm like, "You listen to us right now?" Like, he put it on Andrew. Like, he was like, "Look, I trust Andrew." It's like, he kept saying it like over and over again. And I'm like, yeah, I know Kevin did not want to create an environment where he had this veteran quarterback and who he wanted to continue starting. But at the very least, if he wasn't going to start him and he had a rookie starting, he wanted to make sure he had the veteran in the number 2 position, the support role. And then now that guy's playing for the Bengals. And, you could tell, I'm like, this feels like there's a tiny bit of separation now between the head coach and the general manager. And since that press conference, I'm kind of like, yeah, this feels different. This feels like there's a little bit of a gap there.
All right, first thing, it does feel like Charles is talking about him coming on Baskin and Phelps in the first part of that clip, right?
Oh, I didn't even put that together, yeah.
Yeah, and then he's like texting like, "Hey, is this weird?" He's probably texting Dan. Like, "Hey, this is weird, right? You guys are seeing this is weird?" 100% convinced. No one's going to tell me otherwise. The other part of this, and this is the part I think that Stefanski was really irked by, is that in that game against the Steelers, Nick, he could have easily said, "All right, Dylan, you don't have it today. It's obviously not working. We don't want to drop you back 58 times. Fourth quarter, Flacco, go back in there. You're playing the rest of this game." And he just didn't have that option because he didn't want to go to Shador and put Shador in an even worse situation than what he was putting Dylan into. And there was just no reprieve there. It was Dylan the whole game with no emergency. And so I think that really bothered Stefanski, that idea. And here we are.
I always look at it as like a hazardous weather warning versus a tornado watch versus like a tornado warning.
Mm-hmm.
A hazardous warning means...
Do we need to get Jax on the phone for this?
No. He would butcher the whole thing, and just like the way I did trying to set it up. Hazardous means, yeah, things could be happening, but you never know. Then nothing could transpire. A watch means conditions are right for something to transpire, and a warning is it's happening or it's imminent. I think we're to watch. That's where we are. And I think we went from, hey, things could end up happening. If 1 or 2, 3 things happens, it could end up to the point where it gets maybe to a point where somebody's on the hot seat. I think we're past that point. We're right in the middle here. We're in the sweet spot of, all right, I don't know what's going to happen if they lose this weekend, but I can't rule it out.
Okay, where I'm at with it is I feel like you just hit the iceberg, but you don't know if the ship's going down or not, but you know there's only so many life vests. And right now people are jockeying for the life vest, and it feels like the separation between Andrew Barry and Kevin Stefanski is them each trying to get their own life vest on board with Jimmy Haslam and everything else, and Andrew Barry right now has it and Stefanski doesn't.
Gonna just go with my analogy. You create a second analogy, which is also somewhat weather-related.
Yeah, I do what I do. Miles Simmons, Pro Football Talk, joined us today at 3:40. We asked him if Andrew Barry and Kevin Stefanski... I don't know.
By the way, really quickly, so I did have another thing I want to say on this.
Okay, then go ahead.
I just think this is the kind of stuff we haven't heard with these guys. It's been in lockstep, thought partners. So that happened 2 weeks ago. Now we're kind of looking for those signs. And it's only human that the more you lose, like this is a really bad loss you could have on Sunday. The more you lose, the more that this pressure is going to mount up. And I don't think Stefanski or Barry is going to take the low road. But could I see more things getting leaked to the media that make them look better in the scenario as the world comes from beneath their feet? Yes, I absolutely
and
do.
This is where I transition to the Life Vest, is the idea that like you are by yourself here. Like this is not a group. They position this as some sort of group project the entire time, as if Stefanski and Barry, if they both got fired, would both go to the same roles in another, as if they're a band or something, and it's only them, and it's never a solo project. But the reality is, it's the NFL. Stefanski is Kevin Stefanski Incorporated. Andrew Barry is Andrew Barry Incorporated. They're their own individual entities, and when you get close to being fired, it's funny the amount of people that then go from we were a band to now we need to go ahead and figure out what we need to do on our own. And this is the first crack in the entire time of Stefanski being here of him saying, all right, I get it. I got to start protecting myself. I got to start making sure that people on the outside know that I can do this job and I'm taken care of, because he understands the thought partnership isn't the same that it used to be. Miles Simmons, ProFootballTalk.com, joined us today at 3:40. We asked him if Andrew Barry and Kevin Stefanski should be a package deal.
I mean, you can't put anything past Jimmy Haslam, but I would say that it's best to clean house. I mean, I always think it's best when you have a GM and a head coach who are totally aligned, and sometimes that comes from a lot of the time, really, it comes from the GM picking the coach. But, I mean, there are other situations where if you get an experienced head coach, like, for instance, a Mike Vrabel, like, is a guy that you would probably let pick his own GM. That, I think, is part of it. Who are you getting in to be the next head coach? If there is the next head coach of the Cleveland Browns next year, and what does that mean from a GM standpoint? I don't know. It's a little early to handicap it.
Yeah, I think that's the toughest thing for me. I don't see a coach out. Like last year, Mike Vrabel was in the damn building. And no disrespect to Kevin, Mike is always what I've wanted in a head coach in Cleveland. He's tough, no nonsense, but he's also fair, a good communicator, and kind of a brilliant football guy, and a football guy, not an Excel junkie. I would have made the move last year. But now the problem is, am I gonna go for Bill Belichick's sloppy thirds after he fails at North Carolina? Am I gonna hire the guy who's responsible allegedly for the success of Josh Allen? Don't know. I feel great about that.
Well, the reality is that when you're the fourth or fifth or even sixth best job that'll be open, you get slim pickings.
Can I give you a name I actually do like?
You get Kevin Stefanski, like it was 6 years ago, where he was a one-year offensive coordinator, and that's it. What's the name you like?
David Shaw.
I love David Shaw for a stretch. And then when you actually kind of unravel everything that happened at Stanford, you realize it was a lot of him hanging on to what Jim Harbaugh had created, and then once everything that Jim Harbaugh had created had kind of gone through the wash, so to speak, David Shaw collapsed at Stanford. There was a time I would have been right there with you with David Shaw, and I got really worried with how that whole thing ended and how quickly after it was supposed to be his time to keep it going, it just wasn't able to.
I think the reason it fell apart, and this is an opinion, we can have different opinions on this, I think it fell apart because of NIL. I don't think he enjoyed that era of it. They were good until about 2018. And then once NIL and the portal kicked in, the game changed. And I really think over the period of like 4 years, he just stopped loving the game. He's in Detroit as, I think, the passing game coordinator now.
There was a time where I would have ran through a brick wall for David Shaw. In looking back on it, and I've thought way too much about this. I think he was more a product of Jim Harbaugh than he was him being good.
The question for me would be, would he be okay having a contemporary offense? Or would he also want a boring-ass offense a la a Jim Harbaugh?
Aditi Kinkabwala, CBS Sports, joined the Morning Boys today. We're just going to roll with it. And she broke down what Dylan Gabriel... You pointed to me for your own thing.
Oh, no. No, I totally did. I was gonna lie about it. Why not? What did Aditi say?
She broke down what Dylan Gabriel does well in the Browns offense.
I think he's smart. I think he goes through his progressions. I think that he learned not to force a bad ball. We saw that in the preseason, obviously, in Philadelphia. And I think that he's getting better. I think that each week he's taking something and applying it and getting a little bit better. Like, we haven't seen the arm yet. We haven't seen the explosion. But I don't know. I'll tell you, I asked Jerry Judy about that yesterday, and he was like, it's not that he doesn't have the arm. He's like, those plays haven't been there. And why is he going to force that? You can't force it if they haven't been there. So if that is indeed the case, and I have no reason not to believe Jerry, then I appreciate that.
All right. Here would be, I guess, he did force it this weekend. And he was late on a lot of decisions this weekend. I don't know what that was due to. I don't know if he's a third-round rookie. I don't know if it was the Steelers confusing him.
He also didn't get any better, though. Either there's the argument I would
he
have
actually
there.
got tremendously worse from week 1 to week 2.
She said better to better to better. I know he went from acceptable to worse.
So I would just disagree with Aditi on that, and I think that's what this weekend is about. I do need to see Dylan. If Dylan looks a step worse than he did this last weekend, I don't know how you could put him out there for a fourth week, right?
They will. I'm with you, but they will.
If he looks Nathan Peterman, I don't know what the hell we're doing.
I like that he's away from football.
Nathan Peterman?
Yeah, too close to my last name.
He got that a lot.
Yeah, too close to my last name.
I would be annoyed for you because it was like, hey, are we doing the Peterman thing from Seinfeld? Because guys, that's 30 years ago.
That was also kind of annoying as well.
And also Nathan Peterman stunk.
Yeah, you have like how many NFL quarterbacks that have had the last name Wilson though? So it's like, who am I talking to say that? You're like, your name is everywhere.
Yeah,
Russell Wilson.
I never get it. It's such a common name that it's just I never get it.
You never even think about it then.
Nope.
Yeah, so Peterlin's so obscure that I never like if it's even in the same ballpark. I'm like, what happened? But more importantly, for other people, they also have that what happened thing here going on as well.
We also need a Wilson quarterback that sucked. And Russ Wilson was pretty darn good. Mary Kay Cabot at Cleveland.com for a while. Also joined the morning show today. Don't even say Zach Wilson. There's still time.
I mean, we all thought it, did we not?
No, there's still time.
That's immediately who I thought of.
There is still
that Cougar
time.
Hunter.
Well, no, yeah, he was bad at football.
Good in bed, though.
But he was a 11 at snagging Cougars.
And isn't that what life is really about at the end of the day?
Not to go 6'7" on everybody, but that is... No, that's juggling. When you do it, you're like a magician juggling while doing stand-up.
I turned into a more and more aggressive.
What's the deal?
It is. You know what it is though? It's the magicians that do the fake juggling, where they're not actually juggling
the
any
Steve
real.
Martin bit.
Yeah, and that's exactly what it is. You just get really aggressive into it. Oh,
you're a mime magician.
All right. That's Shador's next
Shador
move.
Sanders magician. That's what I was thinking too.
Mime magician.
Oh!
All right, guys.
You have to talk. You're on the radio.
If you've not seen, you need to go to YouTube right now and see what idiots we just look like right now. 92.3 The Fan YouTube channel. I have another way I want to take the thing that Charles Robinson said about the gap between Barry and Stefanski. That's in 5 minutes right here on 92.3 The Fan.
But what if you could get all of that summarized in a quick, concise, and at least we think, funny podcast that's under 10 minutes? Check out MLB.com's morning lineup. It runs Monday through Friday mornings on Spotify, Apple, or wherever you love listening most.
There's only one place for a full recap of practice in Berea. Overtime with Jake Volnick. Weeknights at 7. 92.3 The Fan.
2 or 3 weeks ago, they said, "Hey, is Kevin on the hot seat?" I said, no way. I said, he and Andrew Barry, I said, they're good. They're on lock. Then they traded Flacco, and Stefanski comes out, and I'll never forget listening to that press conference. And I was texting the guys, I'm like, "You listening to us right now?" Like, he put it on Andrew. Like, he was like, "Look, I trust Andrew." It's like, he kept saying it like over and over again. And I'm like, yeah, I know Kevin did not want to create an environment where he had this veteran quarterback and who he wanted to continue starting. But at the very least, if he wasn't going to start him and he had a rookie starting, he wanted to make sure he had the veteran in the number 2 position, the support role. And then now that guy's playing for the Bengals. And, you could tell, I'm like, this feels like there's a tiny bit of separation now between the head coach and the general manager. And since that press conference, I'm kind of like, yeah, this feels different. This feels like there's a little bit of a gap there.
That is Charles Robinson of Yahoo Sports talking about the potential friction in Cleveland between Andrew Barry and Kevin Stefanski. The question that I had based off what we heard, and obviously we also heard Charles, and again, that was from 102.5 The Game in Nashville. He also said he thinks Kevin Stefanski could be like Baker Mayfield, be more successful away from Cleveland. He also said that he doesn't really expect Kevin Stefanski to end up in Nashville anytime soon here.
Which does sound like somebody that if you were close to Kevin Stefanski, you might say.
To drive a hard bargain?
No. The first part about him being successful in other places.
Oh, yeah.
Listen, what I'm trying to do over the next, couple months is just find out who's in whose camp out of all these different media sources. And one thing that I love is that around this time of the year and when names start being dropped around, you can really find out who's doing the bidding for different people in certain areas. And especially when they start throwing really obscure, like names you don't know into the mix. They tell on themselves. You get it once a year where the reporters and everyone just kind of tell on themselves and who their sources are, and that's all we're trying to do. We're just trying to pick it up here. That sounded like somebody that talks to Stefanski more than it sounds like somebody that talks to Andrew Barry.
Are you surprised that the cracks have shown at 1-5 before we even got out of the 6-game?
No, because 1-5 is awful. 1-5 is about the right spot where it should be. Now, again, I guess we're differentiating between the cracks showing. Am I surprised that Stefanski and Barry ever got to a spot where they would seem like they're not copacetic and they're not simpatico? Yeah, a little surprised there. I thought they were going to go down with the ship together.
See, I'm actually the reverse. I'm surprised. I'm not surprised because it's the NFL. And the NFL, at some point, especially with a owner who might be a little bit impetuous, might be somebody that hovers a little bit, it makes sense that at some point there's going to be cracks in that relationship. I am surprised at 1-6, though, because I think they should have expected they were coming out of the first 6 weeks with not a great record. And it feels like to me this is fast-tracked. It feels like to me now it becomes, could this thing fall apart? Like, I have been staunch. Don't fire Kevin Stefanski before the end of the regular season. And I'm talking about like the last couple weeks. Mm-hmm. If it's like week 16, you want to get a jump start on it, okay, do what you got to do. But like, I wouldn't fire him before the bye. I wouldn't fire him at the bye. Like, I would just let him coach and see if he can coach his way out of that. I think he's earned that right through 5+ years here. And I don't need to see Bubba Ventrone or Tommy Rees or the running backs coach as the or Chad O'Shea.
Yeah, but how you start losing that, Nick, is that if you start doing things like you did a couple Tuesdays ago, where you start being like, oh, that's Andrew's to answer, that's Andrew's to answer, and you stop being the good soldier. This entire time he's been the good soldier. You stop doing that, and it might give him the incentive to say, okay, we're cutting this thing off early.
I also think you maybe don't get that benefit of the doubt if you're going to throw or drop back your quarterback 58 times.
Yes.
And specifically if that quarterback is Dylan Gabriel or Shedeur Sanders and not the guy you started the season with.
Although I still do think he got the main objective done, which I don't think... Yes, exactly. I don't think coaches and players ever just say, I'm going to lose and do that. And so I just don't think Stefanski enters a game believing that. But he did get what the front office, I think, wants accomplished. They want the best draft pick imaginable.
I find it really hard after how awful 1-31 is. I'm really hard pressed to believe they would go back to, because what you're describing this early is tanking. I don't think they're tanking. I think there's a difference between we're making moves, evaluating young guys, but while still trying to be competitive. Tanking to me is, man, I really hope we get beat by 3 scores this weekend. Yeah, but I don't think Kevin will ever go for that. And I don't think
Kevin will, but I think Andrew will. And I think Andrew has shown you that he thinks differently. He operates differently than most people. You ask Mike Tomlin, he never thought that he'd trade a quarterback that he believed in to start week 1 and week 5. But here we are, because Andrew Barry thought he could get a little bit of value there.
Could this fall apart quicker than we realized?
I think it's starting to. I think that's it. I think the cracks are here. I think the idea that Stefanski's publicly getting as many people in his corner and lining up the conversations the way that they're lining them up, I don't think this stuff is an accident. But the part that is surprising to me and the part that's really interesting to me is that I just didn't think Bert and Ernie would have a breakup like this. And it feels like as of right now, Andrew Barry, no one's coming out in defense of Andrew Barry. Andrew Barry seems like he thinks that he's fine and he's set. It's the Stefanski supporters and through the media, the Stefanski people that are feeling the need to go ahead and back their guy. And I understand why. When Bruce Arians comes out and speaks the way that he does, clearly Kevin felt like he needed the backing of some of his media brethren and friends. And here we are. It's interesting. I mean, you got to be eating this stuff up.
216-474-0092. The question here is this thing falling apart quicker than you thought it would? I'll just continue to go back to if the answer is yes, if this is happening in real time and we're maybe 3 weeks away from something happening. I think it feels so foreign to me that Kevin could lose this game on Sunday and be out of a job on Monday. 1-6 in this season. I just don't think that's where we are, unless you just think he's not giving the offense a chance to win, and that's his job, so we're going to go in a different direction. Even then, it's like it can still get worse. You benched Joe because you had to get the offense better. This last week was your worst week of offense all season long. But I think it becomes really interesting because I think what it confirms is they knew they might be 1-5. I think this 1-5 is even uglier than they anticipated. I think they thought 1-5 is going to be because we're playing Pittsburgh, we're playing Cincy, we're playing Baltimore, Detroit, Green Bay, Minnesota, right? I think they're surprised at how, it just looks like you're not well coached. When you have penalties, when you have all the mental miscues, drops, all these things.
Or just not competitive.
And
they look lifeless.
Yes, you're not competing your way out of these games as opposed to, man, those teams are just that good.
Now, I don't know. Maybe inside that building, though, Nick, maybe they're holding on to the hope that the schedule looks so much easier. It's something that I've been saying for 2 weeks now. Ross Tucker seems to have adopted it as well. Like the idea that if you look at the schedule, you're playing a lot of the teams that we also describe as lifeless, as zombies out on the field, as not looking like they have anything. The Raiders, the Titans, this week against the Dolphins. You're playing some of the worst in the NFL. So maybe they're just hanging on to that. But
can it all be shattered this week?
Well, yeah,
Can't this be the illusion shatterer?
If you lose to the Dolphins, that means you're not like if you're trying to figure out are they a decent team that is just getting beaten by good teams, or are they just a flat-out bad team? And if you lose to the Dolphins, you're just a flat-out bad team. You can't even disguise yourself that you're middle of the pack that just had a tough schedule.
So this then brings us to what Alex Boone, former Ohio State offensive lineman, I think 8, 9, 10-year career in the NFL as a guard, what he had to say on Baskin and Phelps. And I really thought, I thought he knocked it out of the park. I think there were a lot of Browns fans listening to Alex Boone today, shaking their head and saying, absolutely, that's exactly what we're talking about. But he talked about this game plan this last weekend and forcing Dylan Gabriel to throw 50-plus times and how the Browns and Kevin Stefanski need to flip the script.
I'm more like, hey, why don't we run the ball 52 times a game and throw it 12 times a game? Why don't we just reverse this whole theory and we see who really wants to play? Let's become the Lions for a little bit. Let's go out and punch everybody in the mouth and go, yeah, we're still here and we're just having fun now, right? Like we're like the track team up the street. We're just here to have fun, punch you in the mouth and see how much you want to play because you probably thought we were asleep and dead, but now we're not. We're awake. That's how Kevin's going to get this team back. If you can't run the ball, you don't belong in this league, right? That's why you should always be able to fall back on your fundamentals. Hey, this game gets hard, we're going to kick it to duo. Why? Because duo involves all of us punching all of them in the face. And then in the next series, we're going to do a fake duo, go, double dancer, right? Like, we're going to just pretend to hit the duo. All these linebackers are going to be like, they're not going to punch us in the mouth this time. And then all of a sudden, there goes Jerry Jeudy right down the field, right? Or there goes Njoku. Watch this. Watch Petonio coming down here, smacking you in the face. You'll start stepping back up. It's a cat and mouse game. You just have to always be the cat and never the mouse.
I very rarely ever say this kind of thing when I hear somebody. I can always find where I agree with somebody and where I disagree with them. There isn't a single thing that Alex Boone said with Jeff and Andy today. In that clip, there was not a single thing that I disagreed with. And what he's speaking to is, get that identity. Let that be your identity. You don't have to do this for the end of time, but for this year, allow power, allow physicality to run out. And by the way, you got an incredibly physical running back. That, to me, is what Sunday also represents.
I mean, Jared Goff still throws the ball 30 times a game, though. That's maybe where he lost me a little bit. Like, I like the idea of the Lions, but they do use a passing attempt. They use a passing game. I guess maybe I wanted a different team for him to maybe choose the identity with. Mm-hmm. But I like the sentiment is right. The sentiment is like your best offensive weapon is Judkins. You're going to have to be a running team if you're going to try to win these games. This is actually goes in Coach Riz's favor. Remember 2 weeks ago we did the discussion with the Vikings game about what was supposed to happen with the 3rd and 11 pass in that whole series? Mm-hmm. Coach Riz was like, he loved the first and the second down play because both of them involved Judkins. And at least in that instance, you're going down with the ship. You're going down with the guy that you're supposed to be going down with. And for that, he thought the plays were, I mean, the result wasn't great, but it was the right idea. And I'm all right with that line of thinking. And I think that's maybe what Boone is trying to get to, that line of thinking. But it is embarrassing, Nick, that if you look up pass attempts in the NFL so far this year, the Browns are number 1 with a bullet. I mean, it's number 1, and it's not even close for number 2. And there's a whole list before you get to number 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 from how far behind they are.
I think Kevin would say, well, we've had a couple games we haven't run the ball well, so we've supplemented that with the short pass game. I understood that when Quinshon Judkins was not available in the Cincinnati game. I honestly, the first game or two that Quinshon was here, and you were talking, 8 carries here, maybe 12 carries here, I understood it. After the Minnesota game, there's just no excuse. And this is like, Kevin has screamed. I didn't scream because he's the most low-key dude in the world. He
softly told everyone.
Softly but firmly told everyone, nay, whispered, that we've adapted our offense each year that we've been here. We've changed. You have to adapt in the NFL. And for a long time, I never saw him truly adapt in a big picture. And then when they did adapt, it was to the spread offense, and it was the biggest failure ever. So now you're going back to the offense you used to run, but now you're not committing to it. Yeah, you're still stuck on that. It's like playing Madden. Like, why play ball control, run 30 times in a Madden game if I can throw 50 times and throw for 500 yards? Well, because this isn't Madden. And I know Kevin knows that, but there's something that switches in certain games, and Pittsburgh was like this, where he just gets it in his dome. The run game's not working. And he's got the quickest bail on that, but he never circles back to it.
Well, so
that's what's crazy. If the pass game isn't working, he doesn't bail on it.
No, he just in his head he just thinks it's not working today and it's gone. It's like at the half, Judkins had 6 carries for 12 yards, and you looked at it, and there's not many people that could make a case they were running the ball particularly well. It was 15 carries for 35 yards through the first 3 series, and Judkins himself was not looking good, as I just said previously. But that doesn't mean you abandon it. It's a 9-3 game. Like, the recipe is there, and at many turns you have to continue to go back to it. But it's amazing. When we got Stefanski here, I remember so many people in Minnesota, they just kept telling us how the run game is how he basically got that job with the Browns. Like, if you look at what he did in Minnesota, it was all the run game, and in many ways you decide, all right, fine. Dalvin Cook was the man in the 1 year that he was an offensive coordinator. Dalvin Cook was it, and Dalvin Cook was awesome. And then he gets Nick Chubb here, and it just felt like life was on easy street for him. And now he's got to try to find a way to just get back to that. Have the understood awesome back in Dalvin Cook, in Nick Chubb, and now Quinshon, and erase what you had to do for the previous 2 years where you didn't know what you could rely on with the running back situation.
Alex Boone, former Ohio State offensive lineman, longtime NFL offensive lineman, saying the Browns need to commit to the run, and it's less an identity. I hate the idea. I know identity is the most overused thing in football. It's not even identity. It's a mentality. And you don't have a good mentality right now. You've got the, oh crap, here it comes mentality. You've got bracing for the punch. I think Kevin thinks about the run game and the importance in winning games like Sunday against Pittsburgh, and I think he just attacks it from the wrong angle. 216-474-0092, which brings us to this next Sunday. The question is, what will Kevin Stefanski try to accomplish on Sunday? More from you guys in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. Hey, it's Nick Wilson. October's here. The mornings are crisp, and before we
It's why he partners with Grainger to stay fully stocked on the products and supplies he needs, from tissues to disinfectants to floor scrubbers. All so that he can help students, staff, and teachers stay healthy and focused. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Legendary Buckeyes beat writer Tim May joins Baskin and Phelps Friday at 1. Cleveland's Sports Radio. 92.3 The Fan.
Back on Afternoon Drive, we do have the updated QB Deadpool, the latest results. Could there be moves today? We don't know. Don't know. Coming up at 6:20, Cash Lovett at 6:30 with his picks for the weekend as well. We'll get a little bit into the Thursday night football game, Steelers versus the Bengals. The outcome of that feels like a really good chance if the Bengals want to spoil the Steelers' fast start. This would be the moment to. Joe Flacco's just the guy to do it. But while we're talking about the Browns' approach on Sunday and what Kevin Stefanski is going to try to accomplish on Sunday, might want to talk about this piece of sound that is floating around. Now, you have not heard it. I have not heard it. But Browns safety Grant Delpit with an interesting quote here. This is earlier today, Mac, yes, at media availability.
I mean, obviously it's frustrating. Do all you can do to stay together as a team. Try to get that winning feeling back. I don't even know when it feels like, like I forgot that feeling. It's really just chasing that feeling, man, and trying to do everything you can to get that back and not turn on each other, because that could avalanche the season, So hopefully just staying together and just finding a way to get one win so we can multiply.
That's a pretty interesting quote.
He's not wrong.
Yeah, I just think it's interesting when a player admits, and there's not, like, you and I both are team honesty. I don't remember what winning feels like. He's not talking about a single win. He's talking about, like, a winning atmosphere, what it feels like to have a chance every week and be like, we're going to go in there and we're going to get that win.
Well, so this is the part of what I think it makes it really hard for a Stefanski defense when you hear things like that, because even I've often wondered throughout this stretch with Stefanski if he has forgotten how to win. If he has, because we've seen him coach multiple times in some of these games, and you're like, you just don't know how to close any of these games. And it feels like in the past couple years, he's lost how to actually win games. And so when you hear it from Grant Delpit, it seems like Grant Delpit himself has also forgotten how to win games, and some of the players in that locker room have forgotten how to win games. And that is a real thing. I buy into that philosophy. I've heard people talk about this with the 76ers before, previously, with Embiid and all those guys who went through the
7-6.
It's the inverse, different. It was D'Angelo with Will Ferrell is what I was going for, by the way. But I've heard them talk about this before with the whole trust the process and everything that was associated with the 76ers, and then you got out of the process and you got out of what they were trying to build, and ultimately you were left with Joel Embiid, who didn't know what he was doing because he lost so many games. And I do think stuff like that is there's a contagious element to that, and a lot of these Browns players, they're victim to it now.
I just think what's wild about this is we're not too far removed from the 11-win season. And granted, that was a bit of a mirage, right? You overcame a lot of quarterback issues. There was the right team at the right time. There was a lot of things that happened in 2023. But that wasn't too far in the rearview mirror to get where you are today. And I'll say this. Listen, because again, I'm trying to remember that Andrew Barry has been worse at his job than Kevin has been at his job. Mm-hmm. Neither of them have been Vince Lombardi or Ron Wolf, right? Neither of them have been goats at anything. But I still feel like Kevin has done more with less as a coach, and Andrew has piddled away a pretty good roster here. But man, I come back to it and I'm like, I'll tell you, if Mike Vrabel's the head coach, I'm not hearing that. And that gets back to, I know people say, leader of men, football men. And I know that these are overused football cliches. So I'll just point to the guy you had in the locker room last year. You knew how bad it was last year. You cannot tell me 1-5 that this isn't an extension of last year and how the Deshaun saga broke this locker room.
Well, you can get out of these type of things. You can, but I think they're so far deep into it, there's nothing on the horizon. Like, for instance, Dan Campbell, who's now been brought up a lot today, it feels like, but Dan Campbell started his time in Detroit with what record? 4-19-1. which is interesting because now Stefanski's 4-19 in his past 23. But it was exactly that. It was 4-19-1, and then what happened? Well, he still had a lot of things to fall back on, and then they started winning a lot of games, right? But like he was right at that breaking point where you can't just lose that many games and expect to turn it around. And if you want to, you have to have a promise of something being on the horizon. And then the sad part for Stefanski, what could he promise these Browns players? Like what does he tell Grant Delpit in a meeting between Delpit and Stefanski? How can he honestly tell him something's going to change in the next 10 weeks?
Yeah, it can't.
Yeah, you can't. And
you
so
can't tell players will not hear, hey, what about next year?
No, you're just going to be like, what do you tell them? Suck it up. You're going to suck for another 10 weeks, and then maybe something different will happen next year. Like, there's nothing there to offer them to be like, this is going to be different for reasons X, Y, and Z.
Well, and this was always the concern with Kevin. Not all losing is the same, right? 6 wins is not the same as 3 wins. It's not. 6 wins is still enough wins that you can create some habits there. You can remember what winning feels like. It's still not great. Like I think it takes till you get to 7 or 8 wins to where you can really start to. I was very close to a 6-7, but to get close to being 500 to where you can really start to say we're competitive while losing, right? But man, 3 wins. It was quicksand. Losing to that level is quicksand, and you need to rocket up your ass to fire out of that quicksand. And if you start 1-5, this is where you get stuck.
I'm thinking like Wile E. Coyote, just rocket up his ass in the quicksand and getting him out of there.
But now he would go right into a cliff.
A whole group of scientists. How do we get you out of this quicksand? Someone get the rocket and fire it up his ass.
Well, no, he would. We're not being literal here, but no, I mean, I think like.
I also brought Wile E. Coyote into the mix. So I don't know that I was being that literal either.
Now, that being said, this is right now where you are. I think you got, when I say I think you got, I'm not talking about Stefanski in general. I'm talking about 4/20/25. You got like 3 weeks. I think 3 weeks and everybody checks out. If you're hearing that, this goes back to the Charles Robinson thing. When the thought partners are showing, cracks in the foundation 4 weeks in after a Joe Flacco trade going on week 5, that's early for this. Like the devil was always in the details with this year. When do the cracks form? Right? When do things start to look bad? Last year, the saving grace was the Baltimore win. And they had the Globe game. And there was still hope then because you could put it in a small sample size and go, well, this amount of wins and this amount of time.
And even like the Broncos game, for instance, was a loss, but it was still a wildly competitive and fun game. And there was reasons for optimism there.
And then you took honestly, when you went to DTR, that's when you took the left turn. The left turn's here. The left turn might have already come 2 weeks ago with the Flacco trade and the Newsom trade. And yet another demoralizing loss, that being the Lions blowout. This isn't easy, man. This is really starting to get, it's early late, as we say.
For someone like Grant Delpit, the sad reality of this is I think Grant Delpit's playing the best football I've ever seen him play.
Yeah,
Grant Delpit looks awesome this year. I've never seen him look as good as what I've seen him look throughout this stretch of football. And within that, you can tell that is a demoralized human right there. That is somebody that is getting very ready to just. I hope he just stays playing for individual accomplishments because I don't want him to have this great season just kind of go to waste because he's playing really good football, and if that's his mentality, that stinks and that can permeate throughout the locker room.
216-474-0092. If you're just hearing the Grant Delpit sound, and again, I hope they don't hammer him for this internally because that was a really human moment. Like kudos to Grant for saying what I think is incredibly true and how he feels, which is, I don't remember what winning feels like. Yes, it is a bad reflection of the Cleveland Browns. They shouldn't hear, he said that to the media. You should hear one of our guys that has actually earned a second contract that we drafted, right? One of the guys who is having a career year is saying, man, this feels bleak. Like, hear that message and take that to heart.
I mean, hear what Greg Newsom said when he first landed in Jacksonville. Like talking about the excitement he had to just be on a locker room that had come off a win and how different that felt and how different that was to him. Like it's been pretty bleak, but it is interesting. And I don't think Grant Delpit was wrong in anything he said, by the way.
No, but again, you know how, and when I say they, I'm not trying to be like an accusatory they, the Browns are very sensitive to guys saying things in front of the media, and almost to a point where I think they overcorrect to it.
Yeah.
You should hear what the guy's saying. You shouldn't hear, oh, he let it get out of the locker room. I think it takes brass ones to say that with this organization
honestly,
right now.
These are the type of quotes that in years past we wouldn't have heard from Grant Delpit immediately from the podium. We would have heard it in a Jason Voigt article after the game.
Yes. And
it would have been not attributed to Grant Delpit. It would have been Browns player says this.
Or it would be a guy that nobody liked or respected, or a guy that was a high-paid jackass saying it, not a guy who's a very, very good football player in Grant Delpit. All right, Grant Delpit says he doesn't remember what it feels like to win.
I don't either, Nick.
I sure as hell
I've
don't.
forgotten what it feels like too.
Can I get a second oof from anyone? And the stakes couldn't possibly be higher in the AFC North. That's in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
Thursday Night Football this week from Cincinnati as the Bengals host the Steelers. Pittsburgh and quarterback Aaron Rodgers have won 3 straight and have taken early control of the AFC North. Now, their first clash of the campaign with the Bengals comes with Joe Flacco under center. Join us for all the action on Thursday Night Football.
The radio home of the NFL in Cleveland is Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan.
It's the 6 o'clock hour.
Someone step on a duck?
On Afternoon Drive.
1 hour to go. Nick Wilson, Jonathan Peterlin back on Afternoon Drive. Quarterback Deadpool.
I'd watch.
Coming up in about 20 minutes. Which one?
Oh, the quarterback Deadpool. 20 minutes on YouTube. We're on YouTube now. You can watch the quarterback Deadpool.
Get in that chat.
Nope.
Yes?
I turned into a Francona. Nope.
Nope.
Breaking ball. Hosey. Cash Love It.
Coming up in just about 30 minutes there.
You should do your other Cash Love It impression.
I don't remember what that is.
Well, maybe he'll find out at 6:30.
Cash Love It. That's a totally great bid. He should do it.
I don't know why he doesn't.
Nope.
Cash hates it.
So, okay. Cash Love It.
Cash hates it.
See? Exactly. You're welcome for all that monies there, Cash. He's coming up in about 30 minutes there. In case we missed it, coming up in just about 40 minutes. But while we continue to process Grant Delpit saying, I don't know what winning feels like anymore. Is that like the saddest quote you've heard since the Freddie Kitchens era?
One of them. It's okay. So
other than the Browns found their adult in the room and Deshaun Watson.
That was bad too. Part of me wants to just feel bad for Grant Delpit and to be like, yes, I know, I get it. But the other part of me wants to be like, well, you do it. You have a win this season, and you know that winning isn't on the horizon, and so you're just gonna wallow in it. Is that how this is gonna go down? Is like every week we're gonna get a different player being like, I guess I just don't know what winning feels like.
All right. So I'm torn here because I don't want to say I feel bad for because I don't pity players, because they're just players really are awesome. And I know I'm making a blanket statement there, but like the good dudes in an NFL locker room, like a guy like Joel Bitonio, what we think, I don't know Grant Delpit enough or having heard him speak enough to know him to this point yet, but what I think Grant is, right? I just am so in awe of the sacrifice they make. So while on one hand I empathize with losing and what that has to feel like if you're going to go 6-28 in 2 straight seasons, if they end up being a 3-14 win team, that's hard. But then you factor in the fact that these dudes are risking their neck and their knees and their backs and their ability, maybe cognitively 50 years from now. That's really like, there's a part of me that's like, man, you should just have like an opt-out, but you should have an off-ramp if you're like, so that you don't have to get hurt going out and playing in a 3-14 season because the money really isn't worth it.
It's interesting because I was thinking about that, like the Brian Branch and Juju Smith-Schuster, kerfuffle and how that all went, just basically wrong on Sunday Night Football. And like part of that reasoning is after that game, the idea is when Mahomes goes up for the high five, it's not to mock Brian Branch. It's more the idea of, hey, we just played a game and the game's over. So like we get to be cool with each other because there's a recognition in that moment that we did just put our bodies on the line and we did just for 60 minutes lay it all out there in a way that probably is going to damage us long term and is probably going to make sure that when we have grandkids we're not going to be able to play football with them ourselves and all these other things. Like there's a recognition from one pro to another what the sacrifice is, and within that recognition also it's a spot where Grant Delpit hit today, where you sit there and you go, you're 1-5, we have no wins on the horizon, I've forgotten what wins look like. He's having a career year, he's got to continue to play hard for the paychecks, he's being evaluated every play, but it's those type of guys that I think some point you do just break and say, why am I going to give it my all every play? Why am I going to go that extra little bit to sacrifice my body when it's not going to be rewarded with anything?
I mean, here's the thing. I don't think I think we stop empathizing with players, and we don't do this with billionaires, but we do this with players that when you become a millionaire, suck it up. You make money, right? I made good money. I made bad money. I made no money, right? And across all three of those things, I've had good jobs and good work environments, and I've had bad work environments. In between the time where I was full-time in radio, I worked at a company whose corporate culture sucked. And somehow, it was like going 3-14 all the time. And I was very fortunate because at that point, I was making as much as I had ever made to that point in my life. But there was no amount of money that made it worth it because every time I would walk into that building, I would feel my life force being drained out of me because I knew it was going to be finger pointing and it was going to be somebody's fault, and I was at the bottom of the totem pole, so it was always going to be my fault. No one had ever empathized, and there's no amount of money I could have made that would have made me enjoy that experience. And I think sometimes we forget to put ourselves in the position of football players, especially because it's such a big, tough, macho sport. That's like, there's a part of me that my heart breaks hearing Grant Delpit say what he says, because this is a passion sport. Like the dudes who play it because they're naturally good at it. I know not everybody's passion's through the roof, right? Mm-hmm. It's impossible. Yeah. But you have to have a certain modicum of passion and the importance on the game to do this and do this at a high level for a long time. Physical skill doesn't get you through that 15-year career.
I just don't know how you get a guy like Grant Delpit back after these comments. I think he's playing for individual pride at this point, and he's playing for the future paycheck because it's year 5 and this is what he has to do. But for this year and for the Browns being competitive, it just seems hard now.
Yeah, I'm not trying to be obtuse here. You win the winnable games. There are those, even if you still end up a 5-win team, the Jets game is incredibly winnable. This weekend, because of how the matchup is, you're one way to win and they're one way to lose. This is a winnable game. The Titans game looks like a very winnable game.
Well, these are the
3
type of
winnable games that if you take care of that, maybe he doesn't feel that way.
Well, these are the type of games where they get to show us that they do care about this stuff still. Like, these are the games. The games against a Dolphins team that is spiraling, a Titans team that has already fired their head coach, a Raiders team that doesn't know what it's doing. Like, those are the games you can show us that you still actually do care, and you are better than what these lifeless other teams are. Because right now we think you're one of these lifeless teams.
I don't think it's just care. I don't know how you can play a game that at any point your life can be changed tremendously because of the risk associated. I think you gotta care to some level. To me, it's not just care, because you are right. There are some guys who will lose that. I think it's the belief in winning. Joe Thomas is always the extreme on this because he was like, I always believed we had a chance to win, and then there was one game in the last year where I looked across the field and I said, "There's no way I'm doing this. We are not winning this game." I think it very rarely gets there, but yeah, I think it's just about caring. I think it's a lot about, do you believe you can still win? Well, and I think the farther you get away from winning, the harder it is to believe in winning.
But I think sometimes we on the outside have a different view in that we think that they are always all caring and they act like every game is the Super Bowl. And we only have a few exhibits of being like, hey, there's Deontay Johnson just completely walking off the field in a game for the Ravens, But like those times do happen, and I do feel like they are human. It is a 17-game season. It is. As precious as these games are, they're still human. There are definitely players out there that just do not care as much as we think that they would.
I still can't get over that Grant said. And again, this is not a criticism of Grant. Good on you for saying the truth. Because I'll tell you, when I hear a guy say that, what I hear is maybe he said that behind closed doors first, and it wasn't heard. Like, and again, what I mean is maybe it wasn't received. And I think, and by the way, you said, like, how do you keep you caring? How do we keep you engaged? Communication's like the number one thing. Communications, it's hard because there's a lot of guys with a lot of different agendas. I'm talking about like coaching staff, front office, and all that. Making a guy feel heard is like the easiest thing you can do. I mean, if I'm Kevin Stefanski, I go to him and I'm like, hey, man, talk to me. How you feeling?
Yeah, but you got to make sure you still keep it as a team. Like the problem where people, or where I feel like some teams fall, is that you end up having 11 independent contractors out there.
Yep.
And when you make quotes and statements like that, you're veering closer to the 11 independent contractors than you are the team atmosphere where you're just willing to do whatever you can to get the W.
Mac, what do you got there, buddy?
Is this not like an indictment against the leadership, though, as well? Because Delpit's one of those leaders on the defensive side, and he's that guy that's putting that message out there to fellow players and especially to the media as well. And when he's exasperated like that at this point, is that not an indictment against Stefanski and company at that point, too?
I mean, it's an indictment on, and probably a little bit of an indictment on Grant since he is a team leader. Yes, it is. But again, like this is why when I've said things like I don't think Kevin's a good leader or communicator, this is always the moment that I've feared. And again, if this happens in week 16, you're starting to think about Cabo. You're starting to think about, did I make the Pro Bowl? Am I going to get that roster bonus? That's natural stuff. It is week 6 going on week 7. And honestly, we talked a lot about the Miami Dolphins infighting is a little they were outwardly the Tua stuff, the McDaniel stuff, and how maybe that gives you a better chance to win on Sunday. I don't know how you don't hear this and think, I don't know how much of a chance we have to win on Sunday if guys are starting to think things like, I don't really know what that feels like anymore. That's alarming. And that again, it's not good. When it happens, I'm always when it happens and how it happens. You're 1-5. Okay. Well, you look worse than 1-5. That's concerning. All right. Oh, well, we don't know when to win, or I don't know what it feels like to win anymore. If you're 1-14, hell yeah, I understand that. I get that. You're 1-5.
I mean, there's nothing that he said that I can kill him for, though.
No.
Like, this is all.
None of this is.
He was 100% right.
This is me trying to empathize with Grant and say, damn, I hate that you feel this way. And then look Kevin's way and look at Schwartz's way and look at the leadership way and say, guys, how the hell did we get here? How the hell can you get here?
This is some of the dangers of when you go through, and this was a dangerous thing for 1-31. It's why when you got out of 1-31, there's a lot of those players that you had to just kind of say bye-bye to. Like the losing takes its toll on a lot of these guys, and you had to worry about this if you were going to go through what was a fact-finding season or whatever that was after a 3-win season last year to see if this would really damage this team. And with guys like Grant Delpit, it seems like it's starting to damage them.
I've said for a while, thought this was a poison pill year. Denver's Russ poison pill year was a 7-10 season. That's acceptable. And they were competitive. Yeah, they had a couple blowouts, by the way, but they were mostly competitive in a fair amount of their losses. That's how a poison pill should look. Not, I guess none of this matters, so let's go ahead and go 1-16, or let's go ahead and go 3-14 and get our asses blown out half the time.
Well, this is where
that's where it's all of a sudden it's a hard reset.
But these are the areas that Andrew Barry, I feel like, never's had a good connection with, and this partly goes into him trading Joe Flacco and the idea that it's like it was worth the 6th or the 5th round pick. But what did you lose in the process of that? Did you lose somebody that could be good in the locker room in teaching some of these guys up? Did you lose somebody that could come into a fourth quarter to save Dylan Gabriel so that maybe he could be better in another week, or even teach Dylan Gabriel where he went wrong? And it's just all these things compound on itself. And if you're not taking winning seriously, it reflects within the rest of the locker room.
216-474-0092. How are we feeling about Grant Delpit's comments that he doesn't know what it feels like to win anymore? Let's go ahead and make sure we got the quarterback Deadpool coming up with Commissioner Jake Murrin and Cash Love It,
Hate It
coming up at 6:30 on 92.3 The Fan. Hey guys, Nick Wilson here for the Bath Authority. The holidays coming up, and it'd be really nice when those guests come over, right? If you maybe check something off that project list, that big home project list. We all have it. I'm a homeowner. I got like 8 things right now. I might get one thing off that list before the holidays. But listen, one of them is finally upgrading that bathroom. And right now is the perfect time to do this, not just because we're a ways out from the holidays and people coming over.
Stefanski Show. The only place to hear from Kevin Stefanski and the players after the Dolphins game on Sunday is on the radio home of the Browns, 92.3 The Fan, and the Odyssey app. Headline sports news every 20 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Meredith Kane.
The first place to hear locker room reaction after every game.
With that, I'll take any questions.
Guaranteed. It's the official post-game show. Quarterbacked by Jeff Phelps. This is the radio home of the Cleveland Browns. 92.3 The Fan.
Cash Love It coming up in just about 8 minutes here. Nick Wilson, Jonathan Peterlin. In case you missed it, coming up in another 20 minutes. Waiting on the commissioner right now.
Yeah, well, yeah. The commish is busy reading every super chat that is mocking us.
I think what it is
I'm really enjoying
the man has 75 different jobs he's doing right now. But we've got the commissioner here, and of course, quarterback Deadpool. If you guys are new to the bit, every single damn week since before the season started, we take a look at our quarterback Deadpool. Each of us have drafted 4 quarterbacks. Some of us have been like the team in fantasy football that starts 1-4 and then has to lop a couple people off there, looking at Mac Robinson, and somehow finds his way into a win or two. Some of us have stuck to our guns on our roster, like myself. Will that change this week? Let's go to the commissioner, Jake Murren. What's up, buddy?
Hey, guys. How's it going?
It's going well. It was going better before Drew Aller got hurt and was out for the season, though.
Yeah, that is definitely the biggest piece of news that we have to get to today with the quarterback Deadpool. Week 8 of the quarterback Deadpool. Your team, Nick, started strong but has really fallen off. Drew Aller, Garrett Nussmeier, Carson Beck, and John Mateer. You mentioned it there, Drew Aller out for the season. We even had Pete Futak on the show earlier today at 4:20, as we do every single Thursday, and we asked him about Drew Aller and his draft stock and how this impacts him moving forward.
What's his stock? I mean, this is such a loaded time for quarterbacks. I mean, you can list, we've done this before with you guys, with what you're doing with your pool there. You can list off at least 10 quarterbacks and say, you know what, on the right day and the right workout, that might be the number 1 overall guy. And it's crazy how talented all these new guys are, from Sayin to Ty Simpson to CJ Carr, to Dante Moore. You mentioned Mendoza for Indiana. It's just, and that doesn't even count the main guys. Carson Beck, who I do think is the number 1 guy right now. Arch Manning is going to get it together, and he's going to be top whenever he's ready to go, and keep on going. They say Sellers, they say DJ Lagway. I mean, there's so many top quarterbacks right now. For a guy like Aller, I don't know where the market is for him other than career backup at the moment, unless he transfers and rocks somewhere else.
All right, Nick, so this begs the question, will you finally make a change to your team?
I mean, I think, do I have the pole position here on the waiver wire?
You're still first up on the waiver wire, yeah.
Is that accurate? Is that how that went down?
Yeah, he is still number 1 because he had the last pick, which his first round pick, 3rd overall, was Drew Aller.
Yeah, and I've never used my waiver claim because, of course, when I got John Mateer, it was when we drafted.
Very good. Go for it.
I hereby release Medina's very own Drew Aller.
Oh, say it ain't so. Never thought I'd see the day.
I still believe in you, kid.
Okay.
Go to Miami.
Yeah.
Get right. All right? Have a great year next year and battle Arch for the number 1 pick in 2027. I believe in you. I think you just need the right situation. Franklin was a sandbagger. You deserve better, young man. That kid can play football, and I will live with that. But this is about the 2026 draft.
Nick gives up on Drew Aller. I knew I'd see the day, and here it is.
Had to happen.
No. We should be smart about it.
I'm releasing him back into the 2027 quarterback Deadpool.
Yeah.
Which brings me to my waiver claim.
Yeah, I'm curious to find out who you're going to take here.
So this is this might be a year early, but he's a big frame quarterback. He's got a rocket for an arm. He plays for a coach that many people believe. I should have told you this beforehand, Jake. I'm just realizing this now as we're letting you. Many people believe is a quarterback anointer, or at least was previously. And a little bit of Drew Aller to his game in a good way, being a big quarterback. I'm going to take USC quarterback Jaden Maiava.
Okay.
Felt good.
I'm glad you're happy with it. It is not going to help in any sort of way, me or you, catching the great college football wonder kid that is Mac Robinson and that big brain over there. That college football brain that we can't catch up to at the current moment.
Jaden Maiava, 72% completion percentage, 1,800 passing yards, 13 tutties, 2 INTs, and his yards per attempt, 10.8 yards. I might be a year early, kind of like your Dante Moore here, but I'm staking it on the build and the profile. I have backed it up by texting a known quarterback whisperer, and they confirmed with me. I actually sent the quarterback big board and said, "Who am I missing?" Jaden Maiava is what they said.
Okay, they're not worried about it just being USC's top 2 receivers that are just awesome.
Nope. Well, no, it said that. Listen, by the way, I also think there's a chance Jaden comes back, but if he finishes the rest of this season, even if they make the playoffs, there is a chance he'll have about, I think it was, oh gosh, now math is going to kick my ass here. I think he'll have like 31 starts in his career and about 40 games because he's played in some games as backup.
Okay.
So that's good. Good enough for the NFL normally with a 25 career start thing. I can still see him going back, but he's putting up huge numbers, and USC is good.
Yeah.
He could get a kiss from the playoffs, especially if some of these guys fall away.
The worry I would have with him is that Mekhi Lemon and Jacoby Lane are the guys that are really propping him up. And so the problem there is that he has to overcome the idea that people think so highly of those 2 wide receivers. And if at any point, I mean, you had Lane have that injury earlier in the year, if at any point they go down and then he starts to struggle a little bit, you might end up in a Cade Klubnik type situation where the moment that his wide receivers get injured, he looks very average, and then all of a sudden, regretfully, his stock starts to plummet as well.
It could happen. I don't think it will.
That'd be the fear I would have.
I will say, I was thinking about dropping John Mateer a week ago for Jaden, and then I didn't do it because I was like, no, John's he's an older quarterback, a lot of experience. I don't think he'll be a first rounder, but maybe he's a second rounder, third rounder, that kind of thing. And then Drew Aller got hurt, and fates conspired. Feeling good now.
All right, Jake, give us an update. Where do people stand in the latest everyone's selections and the draft projections?
Yeah, so Jonathan, your team, Cade Klubnik, Arch Manning, Sam Levitt, and Dante Moore. A really strong 4th-round pick there in Dante Moore. Mm-hmm. And I'll even reference Mel Kiper, who released his first big board, and his QB rankings look like this. Dante Moore, number 1 on his board, followed by Fernando Mendoza, who was on Mac's team, Ty Simpson, who was on Mac's team, and Lenora Sellers, also on Mac's team. That's followed by John Mateer, Carson Beck, and Garrett Nussmeier, who are all on Nick's team.
I just did the Jordan shoulder drag.
You have Dante Moore at the top of the board, who's on JP, and then 3 guys on Mac's team, and then the 3 other guys, of course, on Nick's team.
Ooh. This is getting good. Now, this is the point of the quarterback Deadpool. Right?
Well, you want to see people rise and see people fall. But it is an interesting note, just a subplot in all of this. The people that last year screamed at everyone that was like, you can't, no, the 2026 class is going to be loaded with quarterbacks. 6 or 7 guys are going to be there in the first round.
How many?
You're 6 or 7 guys. You're going to be screwed if you take a quarterback this year. Don't do it. Wait for next year. And it's like next year's never. You can't predict these things with college football. You can't predict these things with these quarterbacks. And what was once thought to be a loaded quarterback class with 6 or 7 first rounders isn't the case at the current moment. And so I just think it's a good lesson for everyone out there that just thinks, oh, it'll be there next year. Don't worry about it.
Commissioner, anything else, friend?
No, I think that wraps up week 8 of the QB Deadpool.
All right, that's Commissioner Jake Murrin. We will send the poll out there at afternoon 923 FAN. I think Max can get the W here this week. That's fine. I'm trying to win in April. Not now, friendo.
I was wrong.
Now, that being said, it's 6:30. It's Thursday. You want to love it?
It's time to put it on the line with Cash Love It, sponsored by BetMGM and MGM Northfield Park.
Cash, love it, hate it. On the fan hotline right now. Cash, how are we feeling about that right there?
Absolutely loving it. Like Jaden Maiava was one of my favorite picks, especially with Mekhi Lemon. Even highlighted him as I gave out a losing Michigan pick last week. But I think he's running up the draft boards and has a lot more talent than even the Francisco Mendoza.
Ooh, look at that. I'm loving that.
That is big of you to admit that you were in on Michigan last week after what happened in that game. But that's what we respect out of you. You don't run from the misses.
No, I had a bad handicap on it. I saw USC's offensive line get manhandled, and defensive line, I thought Michigan was going to be able to run the ball. Obviously, Haynes getting hurt didn't help my pick, but it was a loser right out of the gate, and I felt terrible giving it out.
Well, I think we got a winner right out of the gate here. Steelers at Bungles on the old Thursday Night Football machine, a game people can hear right here on 92.3 The Fan, coming up in an hour and a half time. Where are we at with this one, Cash?
I mean, I think we saw this exact game last week. I mean, the Steelers were playing an orange team from Ohio. The spread was 5.5. You could have just gone ahead and named your score. The Bengals had just said that Hendrickson is not going to be playing in this game. I think the Steelers have a couple big DK Metcalf plays. Jalen Warren goes out, dominates, and the Steelers just take it -5.5. Just go ahead, get some free money.
Oh, I like free money. Friday Night Lights, Nebraska at Minnesota. What's the read here, Cash?
First off, isn't it just great to have football every single day? And, trying to highlight it, make sure that we got something to watch. Nebraska, -7. We got away from that hook. It was 7.5 earlier. We're going to be taking the Cornhuskers with Matt Rule petitioning to Penn State. Please get me out of Nebraska.
All right, that brings us to Garrett Nussmeier's team. All right, one of my quarterbacks, LSU, going on the road against Vandy. How we feeling?
We're feeling like we're in a different universe with Vanderbilt favored in an SEC game against a prestigious program, LSU. I would love to take Vanderbilt -2.5, but I'm going to do the smart thing. We're going to have a winning ticket right out of the gate. We're going to take Vanderbilt under 48.5. That's right. They're going to have to somehow score 7 touchdowns. Diego Pavia runs the ball. LSU struggles moving up and down the field. It's going to end quickly with maybe even a couple of red zone turnovers, as Diego has unfortunately had that turnover bug once he gets down there.
All right, we mentioned USC. You were not in on them last week, as we talked about, but you've mentioned how you're in on their quarterback. You're in on their 2 wide receivers that are spectacular. Have they done enough to convince you that at Notre Dame they need to be your betting play?
Look, we just saw the Bush push, I think the 10-year, which, oh my goodness, was that a sad thing to see, was 2 days ago. So we're going to be taking USC, that explosive offense, giving us the potential of a backdoor cover right there at the end of the game. USC +9.5. Lincoln Riley, the Heisman whisperer, is going to let him cover and save in the Big Ten conversation.
All right, the weather looks to be atrocious. Both teams look to be atrocious in a battle of who's trying not to get fired. We got Dolphins coming to town to face the Browns. We got Tua Tagovailoa versus Timu Tua Tagovailoa in Dylan Gabriel. How are we feeling about this one?
Look, Dolphins may love water, but they don't love the cold, and it's going to be chilly. It's going to be rainy. Quinshon Judkins is going to have over 100 yards rushing. The Browns might put up the most points they have scored all season long.
18?
You don't have to worry about the money line.
A whopping 18.
Judkins will get that by himself. Hey, we're trying to hype him up, get the people excited for the game that's coming down the line. But Harold Fannin, Quinshon Judkins, huge. Browns -2.5. Go ahead and lock it in before it gets to that -3 again.
All right, before we do that, it is our duty to inform you that Grant Delpit said in the locker room today he doesn't remember what it feels like to win. Does that change your prediction for Sunday?
Absolutely not, because Tua is still reversing that bus over his entire team as they miss another meeting. And, hey, they might not even make the flight. They just might all the way be done with them.
Is that because they just can't show up on time?
Yes, that is very much. At least it's all still in the Eastern time zone, right? So they don't have to worry about changing their clock.
Be a shame if they had to fly commercial and live like the common man. Hey, Cash, love it. Great stuff. I'm sorry. Wait. We're going to redo that because I stepped all over JP. Cash, love it. Hate it. Great stuff, buddy.
Thank y'all so much. Have a good one.
Put it on the line with Cash Lovett, sponsored by BetMGM and MGM Northfield Park.
All right. 18 points would double last week's total and be a season high.
Yeah. It should have been a lock. But now with the weather, I'm scared.
I'm trying to think here.
I'm scared with this.
What's the appropriate reaction if you score 18 points and it's a career high in doubles last week? Does it just matter if you win?
It just matters if you win.
If it's 18-16 or 18-15, you're good. But if it's 20 to 18,
if it's really 50-mile-per-hour winds, then we might be looking at like a 12-9 game.
Got another watch or warning situation coming up here. In case we missed it, in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
Hey, guys, it's Jonathan from my friends over there at Classic Chevy in Menor. Big news, the EV tax credit has been extended another month at Classic Chevy if leasing through GM. This month only, take advantage of this incredible offer. Lease a Chevy Blazer EV LT all-wheel drive, $299 a month for 24 months. See my buddy Jeremy Hamilton and his award-winning team or shop online at driveclassicchevy.com. There's a reason why I've been driving Chevys for so many years. My very first car was, in fact, a Chevy.
the full Kills lineup is available exclusively at the Home Depot. Need it fast? Get same-day or next-day delivery, or order online and pick it up in-store. Kills primers, pro results, faster. The Home Depot. If you're a pro, you know.
Whenever you need to talk college football, we've got you covered. We are Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan.
Final segment of today's show. Nick Wilson, Jonathan Peterlin. One more go-around. We got the Kevin Stefanski show coming up in 15 minutes. Andre Schmidt happens in about 15 minutes. Of course, he'll be part of the Kevin Stefanski show. We've got...
Is he just going to read mean tweets and tell everyone how wrong they were?
I don't think he should take a victory lap. He's a kicker in the NFL. I wouldn't take a victory lap this early.
It would be interesting, though, if he did.
Wait till you make the Pro Bowl. Want to say a big thanks to Pete Futek. Want to say a big thanks to Miles Simmons. Want to say a big thanks to Cash. Love it!
Hate it!
Who joined us on the show today. Great stuff with those gentlemen. Let's get to In Case You Missed It.
All right, we're going to start off with the Thursday night football game tonight. Surprisingly enough, we've tried like 7 times to get to this game and have not been able to get to it, so let's do it. Are you rooting for Joe Flacco tonight to take down the Steelers?
Yes. Yes, I hate the Bengals less than I hate the Steelers. I like me some Joe Flacco, and I do think it'd be very, very interesting. I think it just makes the AFC North a little more interesting for a little bit longer. And by the way, this is the kind of game on a Thursday night, coming off a ass whooping of the Browns. This is the kind of game that the Steelers drop.
One thing I'm rooting for and one thing that'll bother me. The thing that'll bother me is the idea that Mo Egger is already tweeting out about how Joe Flacco has won the city of Cincinnati over. They're going to treat him the way we treated him 2 years ago.
And that's a bad thing?
I'm bothered by it. I don't know why I'm bothered by it, but it does feel like Joe Flacco is being passed around as everybody's now. And I'm not... listen, Ravens
he was
fans...
never really ours.
Ravens fans didn't really even want him, though. They moved on to Lamar. They never... There's not enough love there. You heard when we had different people from Baltimore Sports Radio on. Rob Long, the Big Bad Morning Show on, talking about how basically Joe Flacco, career like 84 passer rating, had 6 good weeks. That's all we ever thought.
He
6
was Rob short on that topic.
That's an exact good call by you. Pew, 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 pew. So, like, they don't want him, we'll take him, but now Cincinnati seems like they're claiming him. The thing that I would find funny is Filippone suggesting that he is so confident in a Steelers win that he will get... how do we keep this FCC compliant? I'm not really sure. Look at parts of his body that Ryan Day has been accused of getting pierced before, also pierced if the Steelers lose this game.
The weirder part is that Ken then tweeted and said he wants to be the one doing the piercing.
That is weird.
Pony, if you just want to get him pierced, you don't have to come up with a social media ploy to have it done.
You say you want to get him pierced.
And Ken, if you want to pierce ponies, whatever, you can just do it. It's America. It's 2025. We're not judging.
With Liz first, though, maybe. I don't know.
I mean, honestly, what happens at a tattoo parlor between 2 professional radio men and a big burly guy that gives you the
I like that you think they would
whatever?
go to like a professional tattoo place for this. In my mind, I was thinking just like, hey, we met at Pony's house, and just all of a sudden, we gave him some vodka, and then just decided to poke.
Now, that's how orgies happen. You're not going to out-freak this freak, okay? Ace Frehley, the original lead guitarist for Kiss, has passed away. Apparently, he suffered a brain bleed after a fall in a studio a couple weeks ago. He had been making new music. He had been planning to go on tour, but he is gone at the age of 74. And while I usually stop doing the, condolences at 80, because once you hit over 80, I just salute you. Like, 80 is an incredible run, and to live to 80 is a truly great feat. I did suspend this for Diane Keaton, who died at 79, because Diane Keaton is a goddess. I look at Ace Frehley living to 74. He was the biggest drunk, maybe in rock and roll, for like a 10-year period. I'm not the biggest Kiss fan in the world as I get older. Ace Frehley was like the best musician in that band and like the true musician. We salute you, sir. Kiss
is not a band that I have many like fond memories with Or it's one of those that is just I've just kind of let it come and go throughout my life.
I tell you my fondest memory.
Yeah.
No names. I mean,
they're dressing up in costumes like it's Halloween. That's fun.
I saw Kiss and Aerosmith.
I'm not going to like that.
Kiss and Aerosmith in 2005. They were on a tour together.
Okay.
And it was me, my best friend Nate. I still might even be younger than this. I might have still been in high school. It might have been like 2002, 2003.
Okay.
I don't think I was 18 yet. But our buddy Kevin, and then a female friend of ours who everybody liked but was just untouchable. And there was a moment where, this is where you really got to respect Aerosmith and Kiss. There was a moment where she was 18, by the way. I should say that. Mm-hmm. Very important part of the story. I looked up. I heard her scream like, woo! And I looked up. And she was flashing the stage.
Nice.
I got to be honest with you. I lingered. I nudged my best friend, and I just like pointed up, like, behold. And then he lingered. And I got to say, cool chick thing to do. She looked down at us and smiled and just went back and just didn't put him away. No. It was a great moment. It was a great moment, and I thank Kiss for that, because without Kiss, that moment wouldn't have been possible.
Which face-painted character was he?
He was the Star Child.
He was the Star one. Okay. Which one's the kitty cat?
You not call him a kitty cat.
Which one's the kitty cat?
That's the drummer.
Yeah.
Yeah. And I think he was just a cat. I don't think he was a kitty cat. That's a very emasculating way of putting it.
It looks like a kitty cat.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Would you like to know what the other ones are?
Well, I just think it's funny. It's like, how do they choose these? One's like, I'll take the badass stars. That's great. And then like Gene Simmons is over there like, I'll stick my tongue out and I'll make my eyes look very scary and crazy. And then the one's like, I'll take the kitty cat.
Oh, by the way, just so you know, so the star
on the kitty cat.
When I say star over this is the guy with a star over his eye. That's not the Star Child.
Oh no, I understood what you meant.
Okay.
Oddly enough.
All right, just want to make sure. I didn't want people to call in, jam me up about this.
So wait, so he was called Star Child, but then what was the other one with just the one star? What is that called?
Starman. No.
All right, so wait, we got it down. Starman, Star Child, badass Gene Simmons with his tongue out.
He was the demon.
I'll take the kitty cat.
Meow.
Hey guys, I got it. Kitty cat.
He actually used to mew while drumming.
I can see like Gene Simmons being, but you look intimidating, man. You look badass. He's like, you think so? You think this time it looks good, right? It looks good. It's intimidating. Oh yeah, you're pulling it off, buddy.
Yeah. Well, think about it. He didn't threaten for.
And then what happened here?
Trying to pull tail back in the day.
Star Child was like, I'll take Star, and then Starman was like, I want Star too. I want Star as well.
Starman.
And we probably had a little fight over stars.
I was being sarcastic.
No, but I had to go with it. It's the only way to describe him at this point. I want stars, but I already took stars. We can both be stars.
I'll be a supernova. Okay, but I don't want to change my name.
I want kitty cat.
That's for YouTube. Big thanks to Mac Robinson on the board. Yes. Big thanks to Jake Murren. Big thanks to Meredith Kane. JP, good stuff.
Had fun. We'll do it tomorrow.
All right. See you later, kitty cat. We'll be back tomorrow. Football Friday. F-off Friday. It's kind of began it. See you guys tomorrow. Enjoy the Kevin Stefanski show and Andre Schmidt in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
Keep it spicy.